Alright, yes, I know, I'm sorry I'm late. Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Alright, yes, I know, I'm sorry I'm late. Something just ran on a little bit longer than I thought it would. That's why I put it down in the chat. Oh god. Anyway, because it is Friday night, we're probably gonna get some buffering soon. So I have to get this out of the way now before everything goes to shit. How has everyone been? It's been a few days. Let me just check some stuff real quick. Alright. Oh, it's fucking cold. Oops. But yeah, it's fucking cold. I mean, granted, we are starting to enter the latter half of October, which of course means that November is right around the corner, and that of course usually means that that's when the cold's gonna start really hitting, and that's gonna suck. But yeah. But in terms of how I've been, I kind of been just chilling. I've been like relaxing for the past few days, kind of just trying to like I guess get my mind to like adjust to what's happening, what's gonna happen in the future. Basically prepare myself for another winter. Which apparently from what I read yesterday is gonna be pretty tough. Like, I saw, like, I don't know if this was like it for other countries, but like, at least in America, like, I got, like on Twitter there was a little notification where it's like, hey, you wanna know what, hey, this organization or whatever has a prediction of how winter's gonna be. And I'm like, okay, I'll check it out, because I had known that winter's gonna be, winter's gonna suck this year for a lot of countries due to a lot of changes, let's just say. So I was curious to see, like, you know, how is America going to be impacted? And I only really looked at my areas because why would I look at anyone else's? I don't know anyone else in America outside of, you know, online, but I don't know exactly where they live. And apparently like where I'm at in Tennessee, it's like I'm just at the tippy top of like where they're predicting that it's probably going to be a pretty dry winter, which I am a little happy about, because the last few winters here have been really cold and wet. And trust me, that is one of the worst things about winter down here in the South, is that like, it does snow, but not often enough to where it justifies the cold, if that makes sense. Like, it basically gets very, like, if it snows, it's great, but a lot of the times, it's just rain. And winter, like, just the look of it, you could tell it's so ugly. It's so crap. It's so bad. But then when you actually go out there, right, and you just take it in, you feel it, it's so nasty. I hate it. Seriously, that's one of the worst things. It's one of the worst things about living here in this town I live in, is that when it's cold and wet, it's just an awful time to be living. Which sounds so fucked, but still. It's still like, I already don't like rain as it is, because it just leaves everything wet for a little bit, but at least during... Oh, there we go, there's the buff. Called it. I fucking called... It's always around the 15-minute mark. Oh, hello. It's always around the 15-minute mark that, like, the buffing. I guess it just has to do with the fact that, like... I guess it just has to do with the fact that, like, you know, because it's a Friday night, people are a lot more active. As opposed to the, Sundays. So, we're gonna have to basically just ride this out. At least it's consistent. At least the buffer is consistent. We good? Maybe we are. But yeah, it does. But yeah, at the very least, it seems like, you know, the buffers are consistent. They're not like, which is good. Don't get me wrong. Like, it sucks that it happens, but it's like it does seem like it's consistent enough to where it's like, you know, where it's like, you know, all right, it's gonna happen. Like, if you stream on Friday night, at some point around like the 8:15, 8:20 mark, you're gonna have a lag spike. And that's fine. I admire consistency. I admire... Oh, there we go again. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to ride this out. Jeez. Again, we're just gonna have to... Again, we just have to ride out the buffer, unfortunately. But, again, I admire consistency. I admire it. Anyway, so getting off of that, so wrapping up the winter talk, if it's saying that it's supposed to be a drier winter, I'll welcome it, because it's like, at least it means, like, it'll be cold, but not nasty, and potentially not even freezing. Anyway, so I think it's about time we head off into the game of the letter, because we have some things to discuss. But obviously, before we do that, I didn't prepare it again. I looked ahead. I prepared last time, but I fucked up and didn't this time. Probably because Probably because I was so preoccupied with the buffer that, like, that's like, oh yeah, you gotta do that, Airi. I should probably just have, like, a separate notepad entry. To help me with this. Alright. But as always, because we are playing through the letter, we have to always go to our disclaimer. So, viewers' discretion is advised for this stream of the letter. Due to the nature of this game, here is a condensed list of subject matters that are shown in this game if you will check below in the description. So, we have graphic depictions of death, violence, torture, and murder. Horror content, such as psychological horror, body horror, gore, jump scares, and disturbing sounds and images. bigoted language, including racial slurs, sexist and homophobic remarks, psychological trauma, abuse and sexual assault, suicide, incest, child death, animal cruelty/death, cannibalism, and alcoholism. If at any point you feel uncomfortable watching or you feel the need to stop, click away or stop watching. Your mental health matters, and I want this to be a safe place for viewers, even if you need to step away. And I say this with the utmost respect. Please take care of yourself. Give yourself a little kindness. And I will be trying to extend the same courtesy to myself as well. So, with that out of the way, I think it's time that we head into the letter. So, say goodbye, Firefox. We had a good old time. And we'll be back to see you again at the break. So let me just do that real quick. Alright, yep, there it is. And before, Airi has to, install shit. I guess another thing for consistency, too, is that, like, when the buffer does hit, I always end up at, like, 3,000 drop frames. Like, around that number. Which I guess is another bit of consistency, too. So, like, well, at least I know what to expect. Excuse me. Come on. All right. All right. Game is up on the screen. So, what happened last time on the letter? Well, first off, we finished our second run-through. Surprisingly enough, we finished it. We managed to finish up both Ash's route and the entirety of Luke's route all throughout the course of the last stream, which I wasn't expecting. I actually thought we were going to get halfway through Luke's and then stop. But no, we got lucky. And because of that, our second run-through ended with only one total death and one metaphorical death. Because we know for a fact that, yeah, Zachary perma-died, you know, a couple streams ago. And then we had Isabella, where she's technically not dead, but her epilogue wasn't exactly looking great. But regardless, we did get most of the characters out alive this time around, and some of the characters seem to have, and, you know, they'd gotten pretty well for themselves. But obviously, you know, and if you look back, like, I was super happy for Hannah, Rebecca, and Marianne. Like, they got really happy ever afters, you know? Whereas for Luke, it's like we could give less of a shit about him at this point. And it turns out that apparently all we needed to do was just burn the letter. We didn't have to burn the house in the first instance. But, however, we did find out that apparently this little thing... Yeah, so it turns out that Kylie would still die by Takako's influence. It's just that Takako would actually... would actually show up here, unlike Hannah. We still didn't get any new memory fragments, unfortunately. And I really hope we do, because it's honestly, it's like I really want to get all these, damn it. I want to know what the hell the whole story here is. Speaking of which, we actually saw Takako for the first time. Like, she actually revealed herself to us in Luke's root, and we got to see what she looked like when she was alive, and she was super pretty. Until obviously Luke decided to fuck it up and just say, "Off, away with you, woman!" And thus Takako was like, "Oh, you want to go about it like that? All right." Psh, just drops the fucking facade. But yeah, as you can see here, we got, you know... But as you can see here, like, yeah, look at that. Hannah's, like, you know, Hannah got to be the CEO of her own company, and she's doing really well at it. She actually had kids. And I thought she was only pregnant with one baby from Luke, but no, it turns out they have multiple, which was interesting. And then there's Marianne here. She got a little bit of a happier ending than she did last time, and I was super happy about it. And then we have Rebecca here, who became basically like her parents, in that she's super successful in the academic field, and is about ready to publish her first novel, which was good. And then we have Ashton, who got promoted to a higher ranking in the police department, and all that. However, let's see. Yeah, however, as you can see here, Isabella still hadn't recovered from her coma, and I think from the way the epilogue is, it's like pretty much hope is dwindling fast that she's probably never gonna wake up, which kind of sucks, because it's like, you know, and that's part of which sucks, because it's like, you know, she didn't really deserve it. And I say the metaphorical death because, again, we heard her voice in the mansion crying out along with Zach, which would suggest that she probably did die. But who knows? However, it does seem like, you know, Luke and Rebecca decided to become good friends after what happened to Luke and all that, which was interesting. And we have this. So, oh yeah, by the way, so last time, you know, in the epilogue, Hannah and Luke did divorce, which was great for Hannah and all that. Maybe not so good for Luke, but he seems to have found his own success in life, it seems like. But unfortunately, like, as always, Ashton and Rebecca, and this was the one that hit me the most, was the fact that, like, they unfortunately drifted apart after everything that happened. Like, they're still good friends, but unfortunately, they're kind of, like, taking their own routes in life and all that. But regardless, we still have romance endings, and we have true endings. So what is the goal of this stream? Well, we are still doing our third run, so we are going to be starting our third run-through of the letter, and I have 3 things I want to do. One, and this is the most important one, is to keep all 4 friends alive by the end of this game. Meaning we have to make sure that Isabella, Zach, Rebecca, and Ashton are all alive by the time we hit Luke's route. Which I don't think will be super hard, because I think we've kind of figured out what are which choices we have to do in order to make sure they stay alive. So that's one of the goals, and that's the most important goal. The second goal is I actually want to kill Marianne off this time. Because twice now she has actually lived, which is kind of interesting. Because I didn't expect her to live this time. But she did. So, I am thinking that I'm gonna try my best to kill her off. Now, I don't know if that's even possible, because I am kind of wondering, like, is it possible that Marianne's just gonna be, like, because she's not really connected to any of the other characters, because she's like the outlier, you know, like, yeah, she does have that encounter with Luke, but even then, it's like, it's a pretty tenuous, like, connection at best, you know, because obviously you have the 4 friends who have known each other for years, and then you have Hannah and Luke who are married. However, Marianne's kind of, like, in the middle here, so I kind of wonder if, like, no matter what we do, she is going to be, like, the only person that stays alive throughout all of it. So, but yeah, I'm going to try my best to kill her off this time, which is going to suck, but I think I know how we can kill her off this time. And then, for the third goal, is I want to get to that point where Hannah doesn't get possessed, but for some reason we make her stay with Luke regardless, because in the second run-through in her chapter, we had it to where the 2 of them broke up, because I wanted better for her. But I wonder, you know, I kind of wonder what would happen if we made her stay together with Luke. you know? Is it possible that in the epilogue, like, their relationship goes stronger? Or is it that Hannah just gets completely miserable? So yeah, those are our 3 goals for this 3rd run-through. However, there is one thing I want to try before we begin our 3rd run-through, and this is something that I talked about last stream. And that is... Now, if I can just find it, it shouldn't be that hard. Let's see, Rebecca, Ash. Here it is. So, you see this save file right here. So, this is basically... So, basically, when we were on Ash's route, we had a... If you don't remember, when we were on Ash's route, after Zachary got arrested and taken to the police department, Luke showed up to give his official statement, and because he is a racist, started spouting racist rhetoric in front of Ashton. Now, granted, Luke did not know that Ashton and Zach were friends, but regardless, Luke was being an asshole. And we had the choice of either calling him out for it or basically assaulting him. And as much as I wanted to assault him, I was like, okay, wait a minute, this might really affect something down the line, and I don't want to screw that up. So I decided to instead call him out. However, I did say that after we were done with our 2nd run-through, I was gonna go back and see what would happen if we rushed him. So, before we begin our 3rd run-through, I want to know what would happen if we rushed him. I hope it's glorious, because... because we got, like, because, in our last run through the game, towards the end, when everyone was stuck in the study after Takako was like, fuck all y'all dying tonight, we got a beautiful CG of Hannah punching Luke across the face, like, and that was fucking glorious. Like, I fucking love that CG. So I wonder what Ash is gonna do to him here. So obviously, yeah. Anyway, oh, we're not on Luke's route yet. But hey, 14%. So who's ready to rush his ass? Alright. Woo! This is gonna be great, guys. Oh my god, this is gonna be so amazing. I really hope it's worth it. I really hope. Alright, it looks like, okay, so it looks like it's just gonna like, okay, so it looks like it's still just gonna like go into this, but it'll still be fun. I'm actually really excited. I hope we get another CG of Luke getting fucking wrecked, but this time it's by Ash. Alright. Alright. Alright, I gotta wipe the smile off my face. Alright. Nobody will blame me if I ruin his pretty face, right? Not with all the shit he said. Nothing would be more satisfying than to see his smug face all battered and bruised. Nearly every fiber of my being is just itching to beat some sense and decency into him. 2 other officers put a hand on my shoulder to stop me from doing something I'll probably regret. Inspector Abigail and Officer Carl.
Don't do it, man. Listen, we all know he's a big shot. Landing a good right hook is only going to do just that. Land a good right hook.
Damn! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! We don't get to see it! But we did get another CG out of it.
But it isn't going to save your friend, and you won't be doing yourself any favors.
Oh, so that's Abigail. She kinda hot, though. Damn it! I really wanted to see us. I mean, we did get a CG. We did get a CG. I just wish it was Luke getting his shit rocked.
If you want him beaten and humiliated, it's gotta be in court.
I don't know. I'd love to see Moneybags over there get wailed on by Karate Kid. My bet is on that giant with the glasses, though.
I feel like that's a little racist.
Well, you're not helping. But you don't want assault charges on you, do you?
I don't, but it'd be worth it.
Yeah, it'd be so worth it. Really, it's like I can't even hear myself right now. I've grown so far as a detective, but as I stand here, I'm that rookie detective, reckless in my pursuit of justice all over again. When I shouldn't be. Not if a mistake on my part might cost Zach's life.
I don't doubt it'll be satisfying, but Carl is right. He's not worth your badge or the trouble. Trust me.
Whatever. Just let go, will ya?
Damn it! Fucker! Fuck! That was... Ah! Fuck. Alright, an LPD officer informed Ashton of Zachary's detention. Immediately he rushed to the precinct where he met Luke Wright, there to file the charges against Zach. But before the detective could confront him, his fellow officer stopped him, much to his annoyance. Let's see, their hand on my shoulder stays. If anything, their grip on me tightens. In the end, it's the look that the chief throws my way that makes me falter. They don't even let go of me. Not until Wright and the chief are out of my sight. And it's awkward going on from there. Damn it! Ah, that's such a... Alright. Damn it! That was not worth it! Damn it! Wow, I actually can't believe I picked the right choice. I can't believe I actually picked the right choice for that. I got to call him out. Damn it. Well... well, I tried. Damn it. Listen, at least... 60%, huh? Where is it? There it is. Well, again. We got this wonderful CG. Listen, Hannah will be a queen for this. Hannah will be a queen for that. Anyway, alright, let's continue on. Let's continue on with our third run-through. Alright. Alright, and because we already went through a lot of this, we are just gonna skip stuff. Alright, so... Alright, I believe if I... Alright, I think what I know that... So I do know that what I'm going to do is I'm gonna... I think in terms of, like, the relationship values, I'm also gonna try my best to keep the 4 friends up. So, of course...
Hey! I eat other things, too.
Yeah, so that's 1. Alright, just gotta skip through everything. Just skipping through stuff. Okay. There is one choice that, there is one choice. Alright, I believe if I remember right. Alright, I believe if I remember right, this keeps up with Marianne, right? Yes, alright. Get as much of the relationship values for the 4 friends up. Keep them up. Let me think. Actually, I could just do that. Alright, I don't... I think if... I did save.
Rose,
Alright, and that helps with Marianne. There is one choice that we're not gonna, like, skip over, which is, because I remember in the branching tree that if we decided to go with the friends to the movie theater, there is a choice there that we didn't get to make last time in the second run-through, because we decided to stay home that time. Oh, right. Yeah, so we are gonna unfortunately... Okay, so let me think. Lie to him or change the subject? I think if I remember right, we chose to lie to him, which I don't think really helps. I think...
You keep asking me about my work, yet you haven't said a single word about yours.
So, that helps with Ash. That's good. Just keeping stuff. Just gonna skip through. Alright, stay for the movie. Because I do remember that helped with everyone except for Rebecca, but she'll get over it. Alright, so this was the choice I was talking about. We did not get to have this choice last time. So, let's see. So we met with the priest, so instead we'll meet with the professor this time.
I'll think about it, but if ever, I'd like to give talking to Andrew a try.
Because the thing is that, like, the professor does seem to know a little bit about the Ermengarde mansion, so who knows, maybe this will help. And that gives me up with Ashton. Again, I'll try and get Rebecca's up later, if I can.
Is that okay? Won't he have other things to do?
So yeah, this is completely new.
He is a bit busy, but he'll make time for me. He's my go-to person when I'm stuck in something. He won't mind if I bring a friend with me this time.
If you're sure.
I guess that settles it then.
Guys, I said keep it down. You keep insisting that we still watch it, yet you're not even paying attention yourselves.
Alright, so that's not new. Alright. Just keep going, just keep going, going. Alright. Huh, I could have sworn there was a choice there. Maybe it was in the other route. Really? What did I miss? Ah, okay. Alright. Alright. I think this helped. Let me check. And yes, we are going to be save scumming. I think this was what helped me.
Okay, let me do that again.
Yes, there we go. Keeping the relationships up. I mean, some of the choices were more obvious, and that's why I remember them more easily. But I think other parts are just... Oh! This is new. Hello? This is new. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. I meant to go... Oh, this is new. Oh, this is a new path right here. Let's see. Alright. The abrupt break in the silence nearly makes me jump out of my skin. Blindly, I fish out my phone from underneath the mess of papers and cushions, where I've carelessly thrown it before taking a shower hours ago. Ash? Oh, is this about the professor? Ash's name flashes brightly on the screen. Is he calling because of this afternoon?
Thank you so much for spamming my inbox, scaredy cat.
Hey, Ash.
What's wrong?
I just had a long day. The couple who bought the house wanted us to finish processing the papers within the week. It's a little hectic, but we'll manage.
Really? You sold it?
Don't sound so surprised. I told you, you don't stand a chance. The rights won't take no for an answer.
Yeah, so this is completely new.
You've been on the losing end from the very start. Ha!
Whoever never said I was interested in the house in the first place.
But you said...
Despite his light tone, his snicker only comes off as annoying to my ears. I have to fight the urge to end the call right then and there. Stupid Ash.
You're such an ass. And just so you know, I'm not treating you to a separate celebration. Or ever.
No, that's just unfair. And here I was looking something up for you. Didn't you say you wanted to talk to Andrew?
I pause. I did say that. But I didn't think he'd actually go through the trouble, considering how much he scoffed at the whole topic in the first place.
Is he okay with that?
Totally. Besides, I need to ask him about something. I might as well do it soon. What do you say you come with me tomorrow morning?
Well, there's no harm in it, I suppose. I've got a free day anyway.
Feels so good to be hearing Isabella's voice again, considering she fucking, was out for 90% of the game after her route ended.
Great, I'll just pick you up. Don't oversleep.
Don't compare me to you. I'm not the one who sleeps like a rock.
Another round of chuckles come from him. Oh, I will live for the day he'll stop making fun of me. Just wait, you asshole! What the fuck was that noise? As I'm about to end the call, he clears his throat.
And, Isabella?
His sudden diffident tone sends my eyebrows shooting up into my hairline. Is the world ending today?
Yeah? Did you forget something?
Are you...
Oh.
Do you think we... Never mind. Good night.
He was about to ask her out! He hangs up instantly. Rude? Completely rude! I didn't even get to thank him! The busy tone, though muffled, echoes through the receiver. How high is the relationship? Ah. Wow, that was actually interesting. He was like... I think he was trying to ask her out. Nice. No one is saying this will work. Even I'm doubtful it will. But right now, I'll take anything. Anything to get out of this nightmare. Oh, here we go. Ashton Frey reminded Isabella Santos of their meeting with Professor Andrew Clark tomorrow, a respected professor with a doctorate degree in sociology. As a former researcher specializing in ethnography and psychology, Ashton assured that his friend can help with her worries regarding the mansion's rumors. Wow. Let's see. Alright, this is not new. Oh, it is. Sleep comes easier tonight. And for the first time in a long time, I dream of clear skies, of unrestrained laughter from children playing in the streets, and of small, cramped dwellings. Wait, this isn't new. I don't know why it's not... Okay. To an outsider, the site doesn't paint a pretty picture. However, this is home to me. Alright, new path. Morning dawns bright and clear the following day. Although the air still feels muggy and I miss the chilly autumn weather, it's one of those rare weekends where I'm up even before my alarm rings. If it wasn't for Ash's call last night, I'd probably sleep in. When 9 a.m. rolls around, I'm already heading downstairs where Ash is waiting for me in his car. His hair's a disheveled mess, eyes drowsy, and overall looking like he hurried to get out of bed. Or fell out of it. Or both. He looks adorably rumpled this way. But I'm not going to tell him that. It'd only bloat his unbearable ego.
Good morning, Ash.
He makes a motion with his finger around his ear. Tone it down.
Can you even drive?
It's just like he's like... he's not even like answering. He's just like hand motions. That's when you know you're tired and have not had caffeine yet. It's just the fact that you're just not talking, period. He answers me with a slight raise of his hand, a yawn, and nothing more. He's never been particularly fond of mornings, and for that I'm thankful to every god in the universe. less mental capacity for him to make fun of me. Ha! There's the reason why mornings are my favorite. Okay. It doesn't take long for us to reach our destination. The small cafe situated in Luxbourne's busiest street, the same one I'd often visit with Becca for its cheap food. I've never gone here on a Sunday, and it's striking how different it appears without the usual weekday and Saturday rush. The atmosphere especially reminds me of something we also have back home, near the university I used to attend. I wonder what happened to it. It was being renovated before I left, so I never got to visit one last time. The place had always had a calming effect on me. But today, despite standing in a place similar to it, anxiety easily washes over me as soon as I step out of the car. I'm quite used to dealing with people I've never met before, thanks to my work. But still, I don't know him. In spite of the fact both Ash and Becca vouch for him, what will he think of me and my story? What if he thinks I'm crazy? Hell, even my own friends thought so. I draw in a breath to quell the panic beginning to rise in me. Oh well, only one way to find out. A few hesitant steps forward, and then Ash is suddenly pulling me back by my elbow.
Hold on, scaredy cat, not too fast.
Without warning, he flicks my forehead. Hard.
That hurts! What was that for?
He's already walking away when I look up, and I hurry to catch up to him, puzzled. I really don't understand this guy. At least explain why you're flicking other people's foreheads all of a sudden. So rude.
Get yourself together, will you? He's not going to bite. He's very accommodating, too.
I wasn't scared of him or anything.
You don't look like it. Didn't sound like you were okay last night either.
Huh?
What was that last one? Hey, don't just ignore me.
All questions and retorts die in my mouth once he opens the door to the shop. A cast iron bell attached to it chimes softly, announcing our arrival. The smell of freshly brewed coffee welcomes us as soon as we step in. Okay. Like the usual, several tables and chairs have been set up for the patrons. But most of the customers have foregone them, in favor of the more comfortable throw pillows and beanbags the staff has laid out on the floor. Becca would love to know they have something like this on Sundays. She's been complaining how uncomfortable the library chairs are for a long time now. Ash leads me to a secluded spot near the window, where an old man, probably in his 50s or 60s, is seated, enjoying a brew and a book.
Professor Clark.
It's just Andrew now. I'm no longer your professor, Detective Inspector Frey.
The guy, Andrew, looks up from his book and gives him a smile. A sheepish look... Oh, that's cute. A sheepish look crosses Ash's face at the older man's admonishment. More unusual, in my opinion, is seeing him appear like a parent has just scolded him. But it suggests a familiarity between them, one that goes beyond what someone expects from a simple student and mentor. With another warm smile, he gestures for us to take the empty seats opposite him.
Have you been waiting long?
Quite some time. But I come here early on weekends. Best time to get their first serving of bear claws. They're the only place that serves it here. I took the liberty of ordering for you two. I hope you don't mind.
That's fine.
I thought it'd be best to talk over a decent helping of coffee.
Soon enough, a waiter brings us 2 more cups and sets down a basket of pastries.
Aren't you going to introduce the lady?
Ah, right, sorry. Isabella, this is Prof. Andrew. He's one of my professors back at the university. Andrew, this is Isabella Santos.
Santos. Portuguese? Spanish? Brazilian? Mexican?
You know, if I didn't just remember that, like, oh right, he used to be an ethnographer or something like that, I would've been like, are you trying to guess my ethnicity, sir? Like, that's so weird.
Filipina, actually. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Ah, your name carries a lot of history, Miss Santos. Just Andrew is fine. Don't do what Ashton's doing. He doesn't listen to this old man.
He doesn't listen to anyone more like. The awkward tension typically present in first meetings dissipates after that. I was expecting someone strict and, to an extent, someone severe. But Professor Andrew Clark is definitely the opposite of what I have in mind. The more personable kind, similar to a grandfather who dotes on you at family gatherings. It's obvious why Ash has taken a liking to him.
Ashton tells me there's something you wish to discuss that I could help with. Let's hear it then.
Just checking. I give Ash a hesitant glance, but he just nods and gestures towards Andrew with his head. He's leaving this to me. It's my story to tell, after all. I keep it short and concise. I found a letter in this old mansion, now I'm cursed. Exactly as I've told Ash and Zach when they asked about it. I don't mention the name of the place. No use saying it now that someone else legally owns it. No use dragging other people into my problems.
I'm sure it's that letter I found. But I don't know anymore. I just want to know how to escape this nightmare.
Of course. We're talking about the one in Anslem Village, aren't we?
How did you...
Don't look so surprised. There's only one place popular enough here if we're going to talk about hauntings. I once had a colleague who wrote about it and the urban legends surrounding the place. Years worth of study, but fascinating. It's a shame he passed away at such a young age. He would have done a much better job at explaining topics like this one compared to me. Ashton here might disagree, but it's an interesting topic in sociology, if you care to have an open mind.
Studying the science and theory behind it is completely different from outright believing in it.
You don't believe in those stories, sir?
Now, this isn't a question of belief. All I'm saying is things like these speak a lot about a place's culture and history. And it's not just limited to ghosts. Monsters, gods, you name it. Even you, Miss Santos.
What about me?
How you respond to these stories. It tells a lot about you and your upbringing. In the same way it tells me why our detective inspector here finds such topics absurd. Interesting, isn't it?
My head is starting to spin from all this. I'm not the smartest person around, but I understand what he's trying to get at. I think. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's got a point. It's like... Excuse me. It's like... I think I understand what he's getting at, because it's like, it is kind of interesting, because it's like, you know how a lot of cultures have their own specific, like, you know, urban legends and stories and all that, based on, you know, their history and, beliefs and such, right? Like, it is kind of interesting to think, you know, and I don't know, it's like, it is kind of interesting to, like, compare, like, such things to each other, like, from different cultures, and be like, huh, that actually sounds kind of like, and it, like, you know, some stories have, like, are very similar, just with different names and possibly, like, beliefs and all that, and some can just sound completely and utterly different. Like, I think I get what he's trying to get at. It's still too much to take in at once. I look to Ash for help, but his eyebrows are drawn in a frown. If he keeps staring like that at this cup, I'm pretty sure it'll crack soon.
There's still something you're not telling.
Didn't I tell you everything the other day?
Yeah, but you mentioned the rights. Then you proceeded to drop the topic right after. What's with that?
Why'd you bring it up, Ash?
They don't have anything to do with this.
Rights. Luke and Hannah, right?
Why did you have to bring that up, Ash?
Yeah, they're the ones who got the place.
I'm not surprised. They're the kind who gets what they want once they set their eyes on it.
From what I've heard, word gets around.
A heavy sigh escapes my lips. Popular or not, they're just my clients. Albeit a little pushy, but just clients. End of story. Whoops. I wish he'd stop pestering me about them. Oh, so this is a new choice. This is a new choice. Shut up, Ash, or I know you're trying to help. Alright. Well, unfortunately, I'm trying to keep relationship values up, so... Yes! Nice. Hello, Helite! We're just beginning our third run-through of the letter. We're still pretty early in the beginning of it, so nothing spooky has happened just yet outside of a few encounters with the resident ghost lady. What is it again that Becca does when dealing with a particularly difficult child? The pesky, annoying kind? I wish I could remember. I could certainly use the same trick right about now.
Ashton, look here. I know you're trying to help, but the deal's almost already closed. The papers are being prepared. Once it's done, it's over. I'm just their agent.
And when is that happening?
When what? Is there even a purpose to this line of questioning?
Drama? There's no drama.
Your working relationship with them. When's it going to end?
About a week from now. It depends on how long the approval process would take, but they wanted us to rush it.
That quality went weird.
Really? You're absolutely sure about that?
Yes, really. Unless they want to buy a house again and want me and Rose to be their agent. If yes, then I don't see a problem with it. Now stop annoying me about it.
Don't accept it.
What?
What? Why? It's my job.
Oh lord, even my younger siblings aren't this difficult to deal with. Then again, Ash is far from a younger sibling to me. If he'd only spell it out, surely I'd understand. We wouldn't even have to talk about it right now. Yeah, in front of this fucking stranger! That's how it is, right? Find an even ground, talk about it like the adults we are. It wasn't like this before. But somewhere along the way, something has changed in us. As people. As friends. Yeah, yeah, Ash developed feelings for you and he can't comprehend that. I wish there was a way I could tell when or why. Instead, I'm left searching blindly for reasons. The next thing we know, we'll be drifting further and further apart. How frustrating.
Now, kids, settle down. We're not going to solve anything by shouting.
Sorry, Sir Andrew.
Sir Andrew? When trials and tribulations stream. That's not going to be until next year, unfortunately. I'm taking a break from Ace Attorney for the rest of the year. That Justice for All took me forever.
And we're not going to solve anything either if you keep omitting things.
Speak for yourself. I'm not the only one doing it.
You'll have to forgive my former student, Miss Santos. He's always been the curious kind. Many people think he's lazy, but it's actually the opposite. I see that hasn't changed.
Oh, really? How is he back when he was your student? I'm sorry, I need to ask. He doesn't talk much about that.
Doesn't talk about anything, more like.
And there's a reason why. Please don't.
Nah.
Tried to sleep on the first day of class.
Oh, of course he did.
He didn't repeat it after what I made him do when I caught him. Students like him are the easiest to deal with, once you know what piques their interest. I'd have to say, he's one of the very few who's actually interested in the subject, though. But there was this one time when...
By the end of the conversation, Ash looks like he's praying for the god to... The god! Ash looks like he's praying for the ground to swallow him. He's never been one to talk about himself. What I know about him are mostly bits and pieces I've gleaned over the years. He's an atrocious singer, he's bad at art, and he has a personal vendetta against mornings. Now it feels he isn't that hard to figure out after all. It's past noon when Andrew has to leave us for another meeting. But before we separate... Hello?
Miss Santos, a word of advice. Just keep in mind that when it comes to cases like this, things aren't always what they seem.
Psychotherapy not included. What the fuck does that mean? Naturally, the mansion and the letter were brought up several times during our talk. And though Ash is right, in that Andrew offers a different perspective, he's left me with more questions than answers instead. What is she? What does she want from me? Is she ever going to leave? They all continue to bug me after we've left the coffee shop. I don't even notice when Ash takes a different turn on our way back.
Where are we going?
Oh,
You can drop me off at the park.
Guess. You have 3 chances.
I'm serious, Ash. Where are we going?
he doesn't answer. But shortly, he stops his car in front of a small nondescript food stall, a little ways away from the movie house. If I wasn't paying closer attention, I would have missed it without a doubt. He motions for me to wait as he gets out of the car and walks in its direction. Sheesh, if you want to buy something, just say it. No need to make yourself look mysterious. It makes you look more like a dork than cool. The wait isn't long, however. Soon, he's walking back, holding 2 fish-shaped cones in both hands? Ice cream? Parfait? A cross of the 2? By the time he's back inside the car, I've given up any effort to figure out what he bought. Not that it looks bad. It's actually quite cute.
Here, take it.
I have to move my head back a little when he thrusts it at me, to avoid the ice cream and the fruit toppings from ending up on my nose. Oh, it's a crepe.
What's this for?
Oh my god. Wait, this isn't a crepe. It's like a cross between taiyaki and a parfait.
My arm's getting tired. 5, 4, 3, 2.
With a wary glance, I take it off his hands. I still don't understand why there's a need for ice cream today. Nevertheless, I take a small bite. It's actually pretty good. It must have shown in my face, because he chuckles as soon as I take another one.
Saw the place open the other day when we watched Zach's movie. Thought I should give it a try.
Is this a date, sir?
It doesn't seem like a bad place to get food from time to time.
And you're giving me free ice cream because...
Probably because you were, I was gonna say bored. Probably because you were not feeling that well and he's like worried about you.
Do I need to have a reason?
Are you really going to ask me that?
Here's the thing with Ashton Frey. He does not just treat anyone to free food because he feels like it. He's that much of a Scrooge. Hell, he even asked me to teach him how to haggle once. Haggle! Of all the people who'd asked me that! I'd have expected such requests from Becca, but Ash? Not at all. If I'm going to be honest, he looks a bit constipated with that expression on his face right now. I think he's starting to regret ever buying this.
The other day?
Oh?
The movie with Zach and Rebecca? Rebecca's there, yeah. I think so. Yeah. Anyway, during the movie, we, that's to say, we... Shit. Should have written down something first.
Get to the point, Ashton.
Right. I'm sorry.
Oh. Aw, that's sweet! What?
I'm sorry for, not getting to the point.
Because he made fun of you. Oh, that's actually really sweet.
I'm sorry for the other day. I got carried away. I said things that upset you. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay? That's all? That's all you're going to say?
That's actually really sweet. Because, yeah, he never got to do that. To be fair, I thought he just didn't care, but... I think if I remember right, in the second run-through when Isabella was in the hospital and we were on Ashton's route, I think he was like, I should have apologized to her, I should have fucking, like... I think he regretted not being able to do that.
You're not still angry, are you?
You didn't have to buy me anything. A simple sorry would have been enough.
I bite into the cone again. A small attempt to keep myself occupied and relieve the heat crawling up my face. It doesn't work, but at least I don't have to look at him. Why I'm feeling embarrassed over an apology, I have no idea. It's not like it wasn't called for. They were being mean, especially him, and in that fraction of a second, it hits me. He skipped his day off just for today. Aww. Oh, so they are playing up the fact that she might have had feelings for him as well. I should be the one apologizing and thanking him. Silence is an awkward company while we finish our respective snacks. There are words for this. For people like us. For understandings and sentiments like this. Yet, in this instant, they won't come. As promised, he drops me off at the park, right after, phrases unsaid still hanging heavily in the air. In this weather, the city park gives off a lazier and more languid vibe than usual. Where children are usually seen running around and playing, there are now people lying, leaning back on their picnic blankets, simply enjoying the afternoon sun. The smell of food drifts from nearby carts, and if the wind blows in the right direction, one would catch the whiff of freshly trimmed grass. Maybe I should try walking home today, to get my mind off things. To try and find the words somehow. I haven't done that in a while.
Thanks, Ash, for today.
No problem. Say hi to Rebecca for me.
Yeah, I will.
Even so, I linger. We both do. A mild, humid breeze brings the smell of dried leaves, warmed earth, and a far-off, distant memory. Of false starts and awkward first meetings. Same place, same people playing the same parts. Funny how, of all the days, my brain chooses to remember it now.
Wait, Belle.
Oh. Belle? Belle? I don't remember him calling her that before. Ash exits his car. His strides are unsteady when he approaches me. Or maybe this is uncertainty showing? I'm not quite sure. He's never looked uncertain to me before. Always calm, always sure, always collected. He stops a short distance from me, close enough that he's within an arm's reach, but just far enough for his voice to be heard over a decent small talk, if this is what it's going to be. He fumbles for something in his pockets.
Here, catch.
Is that a charm? The small bag lands cleanly on my outstretched hands before it hits the ground. I raise an eyebrow at him, and he responds by shrugging and stuffing both his hands back into his pockets. Somewhere to the side, he finds an interesting spot to look at. Sometimes you have to wait, Papa said long ago. For once, this time, I listen. His voice is halting, hesitant, when he finds it again.
My mom used to make me carry around one of those when I was young. To ward off evil and bring you luck, she said. I don't believe in this kind of thing now. But if it makes you feel safe, since you're a total scaredy cat, then I guess it's okay to give you one.
Perhaps, at the moment, there aren't any words for it. I've never been good with those. But right now, I could thank him in the best way I know. Oh, shit. What do I want to say? You're not bad after all, or you can be nice when you're trying. I'm kind of feeling this. Oh! I close the short distance separating us. And lightly, in place of phrases one can spin together or answer too early to seek out, I lean over. Words on... Oh, wow. And give him a little peck on the cheek. The touch is short, fleeting. The kind that speaks volumes of boundaries we don't often cross as friends. Nevertheless, the thought is there. It lingers. In the gentle autumn wind that passes, in the empty space separating us when I step back and look up at him with a smile. It's easy to express gratefulness this way, isn't it? At least, with my own family, that's the case. For the two of us, I'm not quite sure. Did he understand? After all, gratitude is considerably harder to put into words when you've spent the latter half of your friendship teetering between good-natured jests and ruffling each other's feathers. Seconds pass before he clears his throat. His face has gone remarkably red. Whether from the heat or something else, I can't quite tell. But he understands. I know he does. Because the smile on him when he finally meets my eye is the gentlest I've seen him show.
I, gotta go. Got some reports I forgot to file the other day.
Yeah, see you around. Thanks for the ice cream and the charm.
Don't lose it. We won't find one here again if you do.
I won't. I might move like I have 2 left feet, but I know how to take care of my own stuff. I'm not a total klutz.
I know. And Belle, remember that one time?
Oh.
Devlin Court?
So that's something I know about, because when Ashton was searching through Isabella's apartment and his route, he came across her notebook trying to find a password to her laptop, and it turns out her password was of the place, I guess, he and her met. When, all those years ago at Devlin Court. Oh, I do, with all the clarity in the world.
You, at the time, when we... What I'm trying to say is that you can rely on me if something, anything happens. Not the exact same thing, of course, but you get the idea. I'll be around.
I'll keep that in mind. You're not that bad after all.
Before leaving, he waves at me one last time. The next time we talk, we'll be back to the way we are. Because at the end of the day, that's how things have always moved between us. What we're familiar with, what we're comfortable with. But for all that, it's always easy to put my own faith in him. I just hope... Professor Clark, Ashton Frey, and Isabella Santos met up at a coffee house to discuss the rumors surrounding the mansion. The professor warned the young woman not to take everything at face value. Before parting ways at the park, Ashton gave Isabella a charm that supposedly wards off evil to help put her mind at ease. I just hope I can keep them safe. Keep him safe. A light wind blows again, sending dried leaves swirling and the distinct smell of earth into the air. For the first time, the sunlight feels less harsh. Maybe a walk is good? I need to visit the grocery, too. Come to think of it, wasn't there an art store that opened recently near the park? Alright. That was actually a really sweet scene. Like, that was actually a really sweet scene. I did not think she was actually gonna, like, kiss him on the cheek. That was actually really cute. Like, and the fact that he, like, apologized to her was like, hey, I probably shouldn't have, like, said all those things and all that. And he even gave her a charm to, help put her mind at ease, even though he doesn't believe in that stuff. Like, that actually makes me feel a lot more, like, supportive of this relationship, of this couple, and all that. Because I was kind of not really feeling it in the first run through. And then in the second one, it's like, I got a lot more, like, behind it because Ashton was because of the whole thing between them, where Ashton was, like, feeling a lot more remorseful about not taking her seriously. But unfortunately not being able to take it back. But now it's like, with this, it's like, oh, that was actually really sweet. I don't know, I really liked that. Thankfully, though, we're almost near the end of her route, so... Alright. Alright, I think if I remember right, it was talk about her job.
I'm just curious.
Yes!
About your work.
Man, look at that! Marianne is just going up! Alright. Alright, what do I want to do here? Because the thing is that... So we have like 3 endings for Isabella here. This was the one that... Okay, so this is the one that we got today. I mean, not today, in the first run-through last year, where it turns out she stayed alive. This is the one that we got second... This is the one that we got the second time, and she ended up in a car crash. I'm kind of feeling like if we decide to stay home again today, and we don't go with Becca to go out to eat and all that, this is probably going to actually lead to Isabella's death. So as much as I want to try and discover everything, I'm also trying my best to keep all 4 of these people alive. So I think what I might do is, I'm going to go for the first ending again. Because I don't want Isabella... Because I want to make sure, like, all 4 of these people live. Alright. I believe if I remember right, the QTE for this was not that hard. So I think I'll do it again. Hello. There we go. Not that hard. Yay! Alright, now we just gotta skip through everything. Actually, give me a moment. Get that done. Get the timeline out of the way. There we go. Alright, now we skip. Alright. Just gotta skip through everything. Alright, so I think defend myself was actually what got me up with Luke, so... But just in case, I will do that.
Yes! I am very happy, Luke.
Yes!
Because
nice.
for once in a very long time, we are doing what I want.
Keep through everything. Alright, so... I think free up my... okay, I think if I remember, I free up the schedule was a boost to Marianne.
But I guess we can free up a day to meet with
yes! Nice. Oh, so we still get this. We still get that scene. Okay. Happy anniversary, love! Alright. Let's see, you'll be a great father. Let's see. I'm actually gonna go different this time. Well, plenty of... Okay, like, here's the thing. If this still ends up with Hannah possessed, I will go back and reload the save. I feel guilty, uneasy even, about bringing this topic up. This isn't the first time I've brought it out there, considering we've been married for 7 years. But I should have learned my lesson. Talking about it has always gotten me disapproval. After all, this is one of the surefire ways to get Luke into a terrible mood.
I'm sorry. But I do think you...
Don't finish that sentence, Hannah. Just don't. We know how this discussion ends. Let's not fight over what-ifs and if-onlys.
Again, if this still ends up with Hannah possessed, I'll go back and reload the save. I did save, right? Yeah, I did.
But what if we are going to have a family, Luke? What then?
I just told you. No what-ifs.
We won't talk about it until you're ready.
Let's not talk about it then. Ever.
The silence that follows is stifling. I avert my gaze from him, favoring the view of our four-poster bed overseeing his embittered expression. Just thinking of how insensitive I am for bringing it up makes me feel sick to my stomach. We stay still. Neither of us dare make the first move to leave. Until a crash from downstairs cuts through the tension.
Oh, bloody hell, what is it now? I can't get away for 10 minutes without someone mucking something up! That better not be what I think it is! I know it's only an 8 million yen vase, but I swear,
I don't stop him as he storms off, and he doesn't even bother to look my way. Yet I can still feel his eyes boring into me. Alone, as per usual. Aww. The right couple moved to their newly bought mansion today and were already preparing for a housewarming party. During a short break, the couple had a brief discussion about children. Luke didn't sound too welcoming of the idea. Yeah, it's like, gee, I wonder why. Alright. I think if I remember right, if I stop teasing...
I'll stop if it makes you uncomfortable, sweetie.
Brings up Zach's, right? Yep. Nice. Alright. I think tending the gardens brought up Luke's thing.
I was just tending to the garden, sweetie.
Yep. Alright. I went with either one. Well, I don't want to deal with a QTE, so I'll just call them out. I don't want to deal with the QTE event. Alright. I think I'm trying to remember, was be honest with me good? I think it was.
Be honest with me, Marianne. I don't need someone to sugarcoat it.
Yes. Nice. We're almost done with Hannah's route already. Alright, so... Sorry, I wanted to make sure, like, is this gonna, like... Ah! okay, so we're not on the possessed route, thank God. God damn it. Alright, yeah, so the break is the one that got us. Alright, so the break is the one that got us into, that, so I'm gonna have to work. It takes two to tango. Interesting. So what does this do? It gets our relationship up with Luke again. Alright, so this is new. Becky's words are still fresh in my mind. And I can't help but think that the girl, plucky woman that she is, has a point. If I love Luke, I'll have to fight for him, don't I? So far, I've been doing nothing but sitting on my behind, hoping it'll fix itself. This whole mess definitely isn't going to fix itself. How dare that woman try to drag our name and our relationship through the mud with her lies? And at my own party! Determination fires me up as I take a step forward into the middle of the fray. All the while, she's been screaming. I signal for security to stop, and I can already feel the glower on my face as I stare into hers. She wilts as soon as she sees me. She starts to grow anxious, and her protests die down. I can see as her haughty, angry expression turns into a horrified realization. Rightfully so. She should be scared. What is that thing they say again? Never wake a sleeping dragon? They often think that Luke is the one in charge, that he's the one to be feared and appeased. They think me is only the pretty wife. They forget that I'm just as capable, just as worthy of respect.
I invite you, my friend, into my house on a day of merriment.
I mean, to be fair, like, Luke is a piece of shit for cheating on Hannah and all that. But listen. Like, Rochelle is supposed to be Hannah's friend, her best friend, and yet she still does this shit? Like, seriously, just as much as it is Luke's fault, it's also her fault. Like, how can you sit there and fuck your best friend's husband? Like, that's such a gross, abuse of trust.
And you insult my name and accuse my husband of infidelity. What have I ever done to make you treat us with such disrespect? You are no longer welcome in any of our estates, our properties, and our businesses. And we will no longer patronize yours. Now, escort the girl and make sure she isn't standing even an inch within our grounds.
She looks devastated. Reasonable. This does make her into a pariah, doesn't it? I should feel concerned, but I can't find even an inkling of mercy within me. I don't know what her plan was. I don't know what she wanted to make out of this. The money? Luke? It doesn't matter what she wanted.
You won't show your face to me ever again if you know what is good for you, Rochelle. Take her away.
The tension is thick in the air, and the silence that embraces the room is so set that one can practically hear a pin drop. There are worried and almost fearful glances from some of the guests, but they all know this is well within my right. She is the one who started this whole dilemma. It just so happens that I'm the one ending it. As long as everyone holds their tongue and doesn't interfere, none of the consequences matter to me. Especially when my darling looks at me with a different shine in his eyes. It almost seems as if he's proud of what I've done, and that spurs me on more than anything. She's not possessed! Nonetheless, I still act upset, because this doesn't change what just happened. He still has a lot to answer to. Because even if the woman is lying, there's always an inkling of truth in every lie. So, when I turn on him, to say that the shock he displays brings me gratification is an understatement. Of course, there's no reason to make a husband and wife spat into a public spectacle. That's a fair point. Some privacy will generate the least number of headaches and complications. Everyone is still far too busy in the ballroom, and most of the staff are still in the kitchen. A sharp glance at anyone who will go through the doors is all it takes to make them retreat. Wait. Ah, okay. And the most private we can get without me dragging Luke all the way to our bedroom is the foyer.
And you. We are going to talk about this, Lucille Mitchell-Wright. Not now, but we will talk about this.
Right! I swear that is not my child, no matter what that woman says. Hannah, darling, you believe me, don't you?
I believe that it isn't your child. But you never said that you did not cheat on me with her. We'll have a talk about that tomorrow, among other things.
What for? What other things?
You still cheated on her, dude! Like, listen, even if... I don't think we'll ever know whether or not he actually did get her pregnant. I really hope he didn't, honestly. Just so, like, Hannah doesn't fucking have an aneurysm. But you still cheated on your wife with her best friend, like...
About us, Luke. This isn't right, this doubting each other and not talking. That's why we'll talk. If anyone needs me, I'll be in our room. I'm in no mood to be talking with anyone about anything, especially nosy baggers who have no business with any of it.
She's got a right to it.
Should I be worried? Scared?
Yes!
Because you know threats do not work with me, Hannah.
I will dump your ass!
None of those. You should know I'm not your enemy, Luke. I need rest. That's all.
Of course, you must be so tired. You've earned some peace.
Why does he sound like he's like, oh, of course you do. Bitch! Your side chick fucking entered our party and accused you of cheating on me and having your baby. I think, if anything, I deserve the fucking bed!
I'll take over the party from here.
Good night, love.
Good night, Buttercup.
Sometimes I forget that leaving Luke to handle a party is a horrible idea. Alright. In the aftermath of Rochelle's accusations, Hannah banned her former friend from setting foot in any of their properties. She was then seen dragging her husband all the way to the mansion's foyer in order to set things straight with him. Alright, so we're still here. Because come morning, the dining hall is a mess with a few of his drunk friends sleeping about. At least a dozen men and women are scattered about, sleeping like they're in alcohol-induced comas. Even Officer Lee is there, sleeping off the effects and still clutching a bottle of a 1998 Jumilla. No doubt Luke has served some of his stores in absinthe. Judging by the faint burnt smell, they had set fire to the latter too. Nueve Bohemian. There's only so much I can tolerate, as we have Johannes retrieve every single one and get them a cab. And they are everywhere. At the table, on it, underneath it, and some are even in the kitchen.
Nap time is over, Kinder. Time to go.
And oh dear, does this piss our valet off, though he's still a man of silent fury. Although it's a little treat to hear him utter curses in German from the other room. I imagine Luke will be amused as well, if it wasn't his guests that are being thrown out. Instead, he's brooding in his seat, rolling a stalk of daffodil in between his fingers.
He's energetic, and you aren't drunk. That, or you are getting better with handling your hangovers without your dog hairs. Should I be looking out the window to see if the sky has turned red and if pigs have started to fly?
I am unfortunately completely sober, Hannah.
And how does it feel not being hungover?
Still miserable.
It'll get better.
Or so they say. You wanted to talk about something?
You know, for once, I wish you were hungover. Maybe this isn't the best time for this talk.
No, please. I do not like loose ends. And this is a bloody ugly loose end.
Then, first things first, I want you to be honest with me, just between the two of us. Without others to impress, without people listening in. Just you and me.
Did you or did you not sleep with Rochelle Lee and got her pregnant?
Tell her the fucking truth, Luke. She deserves it.
I didn't get her pregnant.
Okay.
But the thought of having a child with her? Can you just imagine it?
Answer the fucking question.
Or rather, don't.
Did you sleep with her?
I can already see it. It'll look like that ruddy pig boy from that Young Wizard book.
I don't care about once upon a time. What I'm asking is if you were with her the other night during my party.
Him not showing up in most of the gatherings I've hosted in the past is nothing new, of course. The one I've had last week is no different. It's merely another thing I've gotten used to between us after things turn sour. But after Rochelle's outburst last night, I won't deny feeling the disappointment. The betrayal. What's done is done, however. Though, at the very least, I still want to hear the truth from him.
She made me meet with her the night of your party.
Uh-huh.
But I swear, I only agreed to go so that I could tell her I wasn't having none of it. It isn't my baby.
But did you sleep with her?
I don't even think it's Lee's. Poor bloke. I mean, I probably slept with her once. We were probably incredibly drunk, but that would have been a long time ago before she was preggo.
Are you sure, Luke? You're not making anything up or leaving anything out?
Of course not. I swear it on my mother's grave.
He swears it, he says, as he hands me the flower with such tenderness. And I believe him.
Well, if that's all you wanted to talk about, you shouldn't have made me worry.
Well, I need you to fucking promise me you won't cheat on me.
For the sake of my sanity and for the sake of our marriage, I'll pretend that you never said any of that. Are you sure you aren't drunk now?
Haven't had a single drop and hating it.
Good.
Would you like something to drink? Because I'm not done. I have something else to tell you.
Oh, yeah, because she's pregnant.
No thanks. Maybe I will after this little talk you wanted to have. I already told you, and you already said you believe me that the brat isn't my child.
Well...
I already spilled that I might have had drunken sex with her once, and you wish to wipe that off your memory.
Dude, I don't even believe that you had sex with her once. But whatever.
So do we have anything else to talk about? Because have at it.
Well, I'm pregnant.
I'm all ears.
I'm having your baby.
You're pretty miffed for someone who just admitted to his wife that he's cheated.
Yeah.
And you're stalling. I can tell that incident has you shaken up.
Can you stop acting like a dick?
So why don't you just spit it out and get this all over with?
I'm pregnant.
Oh, this is a new music track.
Come again?
This is a new track. I think.
You heard me.
You've got to be kidding, right?
No.
This must be some kind of joke. Are you taking the piss at me? Because, woman, I don't need a second fake pregnancy.
Instead of answering, however, I stay silent and let the matter of the facts sink into his head. His face heats up for a moment before he goes pale. He raises a hand in the hopes of asking for a drink, but the morning staff are still busy evicting the last of his inebriated companions. And he doesn't even bother to bark out orders, as if he's lost his very voice. Actually, he looks like he's on the verge of hyperventilating.
This is Anna, darling.
Yeah, you're going to be a dad soon!
I need some air. How long have you been?
Yeah, how long has she been pregnant?
3 months.
3 months? Oh my god! Dude, she must be fucking great if she's not showing at this point!
And the twins.
Twins?!
I don't know yet if they're a boy or a girl or...
Well, that explains why the epilogue said kids, they're twins!
or both.
Good God! Twins! I'm going to be a father!
Yeah!
To 2 tiny babies! Breathe, Luke! Breathe!
to be fair, this is an appropriate reaction to finding out you're gonna be a dad.
Goodness, Luke, I'm the one who's pregnant here, not you.
No, don't touch me! Stay away!
What the fuck? A screen cuts off my amusement and, without thinking, Luke and I rush to the foyer. Oh dear. Oh. Hannah confronted Luke regarding last night's drama. He confessed he slept with Rochelle, but insisted that he's not the father of her child. Accepting his apology, Hannah then informed him that she's 3 months pregnant. Their talk was interrupted when a crazed Officer Lee refused to leave the mansion, screaming about helping a crying woman. Really? Huh. There stands a crazed-looking chief inspector, thrashing about as he tries to make it up the stairs while Johannes holds him back.
What is going on here?
Und tschüss. All the Schweinehunde must leave, including you, Chef Inspector. This one is very problematic and will not leave.
No, you can't make me leave! I need to stay here for her! I need to help her!
Oh, Rochelle? She's probably already at home, dearie. Or she might have already gone and skipped town. Who knows?
Oh, for the love of... There's no point talking logic in him. Lee, go home. You're drunk.
Can't you hear her crying? She was crying, just weeping and in so much pain last night. I couldn't help her, drunk sobbing bastard that I am. But my help, she needs my help. Tell your fucking stupid lapdog to let go of me, Luke!
Oh my god.
Or I'm gonna knock him down and I'm gonna knock the two of you down too!
Language! I've already dealt with your wife, so don't make me deal with you, Lee. Or I swear I'll...
Hannah, enough. Don't stress yourself over him. It'll be bad for the twins.
Oh, so now you care?
So go back to your breakfast and let me handle this, okay?
Are you sure?
Why wouldn't I be? Now, go ahead and do something less stressful.
I mean, damn it, he's being a good husband there. Cause yeah, like, she is only 3 months along, like, you know, stress is not good for a pregnant woman. Alright, let me see. Alright, so now we're at the end. We're just gonna skip past everything.
And for that other thing as well.
Alright, this is, new.
What more now?
For what you said to me, with what had happened. It's been very helpful in...
And that's... oh. Okay. The call starts to go to static, much to my frustration. A strange clicking noise drowns out most of her words, too. I doubt she can understand what I'm saying. And the line completely dies. Oh boy. Alright. Alright. And that's the end of Hannah's. So now we have Zach. Okay, alright. Just gonna keep skipping. Just gotta keep skipping. Okay, I think if I remember right, Tell the Truth was good. Yeah, that builds me up. That's good. Okay. Again, I'm trying to keep the relationship values high, so I will make choices that I know for a fact will get them up. Alright. Wait, you should go? What was this choice?
Now, I don't know about you two, but I think you guys should really stay.
Yes!
I've already made enough food for all of us, and it'd be a waste.
Nice, nice. I picked the right choice. Alright, we'll keep that.
Why, I cooked up that special honey glazed hams you two keep on yapping about. Got some scalloped potatoes with onions and cheddar to go with it, too.
The oven timer dings. I shoot the two of them an apologetic look before sauntering over to the kitchen, mittens in hand. The sweet smell of the glaze and salty tang of melted cheese wafts through the air as soon as I open the door and take out the two trays inside. The scent immediately fills the entire room, and even with the door and windows open, the mouth-watering aroma lingers. It's appealing enough that when I put the dishes down on the counter, another starved stomach protests loudly, followed by a burst of laughter. My head snaps up at the two of them, and I can't keep the smile, and I can't help but keep the, I can't keep back, okay. I can't keep back the smile at the sight they make. Isabella is clinging to the doorframe for support, doubled over with breathless laughter. Ash is the more composed of the two, trying to look unconcerned, but a flush has crept up his neck and cheeks. It's clear whose stomach that came from, and Isabella's not going to let him live this down.
You're in no place to reject an offer of free food, Frey.
I wasn't rejecting anything. Damn it, I just missed a meal, that's all.
Aw, he's flustered.
Shut it! Those guys at the precinct said it was urgent. Somebody has to be responsible for it.
Well, aren't you precious?
Right. You know, if you keep laughing like that, you'll burst.
I'm sure it won't be as bad as your stomach suddenly rumbling like a starved...
Aye, kiddos, play nice. Food's gonna get cold if we keep this up. Ash, you gonna stay?
Might as well, since Scaredy Cat's so hell-bent on staying.
Oh, that's a nice CG! A hearty meal. Oh, that's such a nice CG! I needed this after last time! We eventually settle down after the food has been served. The jibe's replaced by another round of friendly chatter, mostly about what's on the news the night before. There is, however, a conscious effort to avoid mentioning what's currently on the headlines. The dead is never a good topic to talk over food in polite company, this case in particular. The wounds are too fresh, too soon. I'd likely avoid it as well if I were in her position, and someone I personally knew passed away in a gruesome manner like that. Though perhaps the closest we got to broaching the topic is when the infamous mansion is brought up again. But even then, we're careful, Ash and I. We keep the conversation light and avoid bringing up her late business partner. It's the least we could do.
The Wrights? Yeah, they're planning to move in soon. In fact, they already have a housewarming party planned. It's why they wanted us to rush the papers. They wanted to send the invitations out as soon as possible.
Oh, now I get it.
Get what?
Remember what I told you last night about the new clients?
Vaguely? Sorry, I was a little out of it yesterday. Was it the photo shoot?
Yep, it's actually for the one you sold. Ermide, something. When you put it that way, I suppose it makes sense why my boss wants me to prioritize the couple. They can have those documents rushed at just a snap of their fingers. Then they're more influential than I initially thought. Man, I guess my boss is expecting a lot more from this project than I expected. Hope I can live up to it.
Your photographs are more than good enough, Zach. You'd probably win an international award if you let yourself. Ma'am Hana's easy to please too, as long as you're good at following instructions.
Easier said than done. Different clients have different tastes after all.
I'm surprised Ash isn't butting into this.
Still, a week? I don't think that's possible.
Never mind.
Now that you mentioned it, yeah. They wanted everything finished at the earliest. To be honest, it's not unheard of, but...
But it's still weird. Still weird, yeah?
He had to correct himself. A slip of the tongue. Still barely noticeable to someone who's already familiar with Ash's ways. Yet in this moment, it's impossible to miss. I shoot him a curious glance, but he ignores it. Rather pointedly.
I can't exactly say it's like that, where I'm just the middleman after all. As much as I want to comment on it, I only know what's on the surface, not the in and outs. It's just that BRC and my boss are more hands-on with the legal stuff this time, despite having a separate department dedicated to it.
Maybe Mr. Wright helped with it too. They have their own legal team for this, don't they?
Well, they should have one. Especially for a big property like this.
They have, but like I said, it's off our hands. Rose and I don't handle this stuff in the office. If anything, to me, this just means I'll be able to send the rest of the funds to Papa's treatment earlier.
I guess that makes a whole lot of sense. Officially off our instant noodle diet, aren't we?
Ash, has anyone ever told you that you have an uncanny way of ruining the mood?
What? I was just saying. A few more months of stuffing your face with those, and I'm sure you'll start to look like a noodle cup. That's a pretty picture.
At least I don't live off convenience store food. Or make poor, unassuming pressure cookers explode.
What? How did you... Oh, come on, Zach.
Sorry, it just came up while we were cooking earlier.
I'm impressed, Ashton Frey. You even made it to the news.
A one-time thing, and it wasn't as big as you seem to be imagining.
Oh, sure. Let's all pretend that one time you almost set my apartment on fire didn't happen too.
Hey, that was an accident.
You were making a salad, Ash.
How do you set fire to something when you're making a salad?
Can we please move on to a different topic?
It helps. The casual talk, the harmless teasing, the mundane stories interesting enough to let time pass unnoticed. By the time lunch ends, the shadows are no longer at the forefront of my mind. If it's the same for Isabella, for whatever troubles her, I can never tell. These things, the anxiety, the fear, they ain't easily seen, ain't easily forgotten after all.
You go on ahead. I've got a few things I need to ask Zach.
Oh.
I'll be downstairs in a minute.
Confusion briefly flashes in her eyes as she catches the keys he tosses over. But he doesn't give her an answer and waits for her to go ahead.
How sure are you I won't be driving away with your Shirley?
You don't even have a license. Do you even know how to?
Papa taught me how. I'm probably a better driver than you. See you later, Zach. Thanks for the food.
Always has to have the last word, don't you?
You're welcome. I'll send you the recipe for the potatoes tonight.
A grin is back on her face when she leaves and closes the door behind her. For a little while after we're left alone, Ash goes wholly quiet, listening, waiting for her remaining footsteps in the hall to fade. The earlier amusement is gone from his face, replaced by what I can only describe as trepidation. I know that look all too well. When he's like this, he's expecting shit about to go down at some point soon.
That wasn't very nice, Ash. What was that with Isabella earlier? You're usually subtler with your questions.
They hired you.
Hired me who? Don't change the subject yet. What's really going on here?
The Wrights. Luke and Hannah Wright. You said your next gig is with them.
Is that what this is all about?
Just be careful around them. You have no idea what you're dealing with when it comes to that couple.
I have to keep checking to make sure.
I'd rather you stay as far away from them as possible, but you're already here. Isabella's their real estate agent. Seriously, of all the people in Luxburn.
Okay. That
Guess I'll just have to take your word for it.
He nods, claps a comforting hand on my back, and turns to leave without another word. He's never been good with those. More often, he fumbles with what he wants to say, but his actions alone are enough to tell me how grateful he is for the trust. He reaches for the knob as soon as he gets to the door, but doesn't turn it. Instead, he looks back and gestures with his head towards the table. I don't need to follow his line of sight to know what he's going to ask about. He's likely taken notice of it the moment he entered the room.
You back on those? I haven't seen you taking them in a year.
Yeah, I kinda had to. It got worse after the film fest. The dreams, that is.
Oh.
I don't think I'll be doing that again anytime soon.
Heard about that. Don't drop it, though. You don't want Becca scolding you. She actually enjoyed the movie you made, and she's hard to please. Consider that a small victory.
You don't have to tell me. She already did. Rebecca and Bella both gave me an earful after I said the opposite. Promised them I wouldn't, but you can never tell. Hopefully, once I feel better, I'll be able to think about it properly. Speaking of Bella, she didn't open up to me, but maybe with you and Rebecca.
Yeah, I'll try. I can't promise anything, but I'll talk to her.
Well, we know how your relationship is with her now.
Thanks. That's all I'm asking.
This time, when he reaches for the door, he lets it close fully behind him without glancing back. Ashton arrived to fetch Isabella hours later, but she didn't want to leave after all the food they prepared. In the end, Ashton acquiesced and stayed. The rights in Zach's upcoming gig were the few topics touched during their talk over breakfast. Alright. And this is not new. What do I want to do here? I think this was this to Hannah? Yeah, to Hannah. Okay. Let me see. Wait. Am I an idiot? Yeah, I am. How's my relationship looking? What do I want to do? Like, I forget. Does this help me with Ash or not? Okay, I'm gonna save real quick, just to see, like, let's see. Alright, that doesn't really do anything. Alright, let me load that back up. Alright, so I'll show them to Hannah, because we didn't get that much, unfortunately we did not get that, because unfortunately we did not get that that scene with her and Zach in the foyer because we didn't have Luke break up with them. So we'll show them to Hannah this time. Ah, that's where I am. All right. All right, so we'll just skip. I forget. What does this do? Photographer.
I'm with luxury living, sir.
You know what? Let's load that back up and say we're a friend of Hannah's.
Sorry, sir. I was just...
Ha! Alright. Goody. Let's just see.
You see, I'm a friend of Hana, and...
A friend of Hana?
Well, I think if I remember right, Hannah did say we were friends, so... Not to mention, this does help build the relationship.
Yes, sir.
His eyebrows shoot into his hairline at my answer. Although it swiftly disappears under his dismissive gesture and a chuckle at its heels. A small frown spreads across my face before I can stop myself. What I said had nothing remotely funny in it, yet here he is, hugging an arm closer to himself in a weak attempt to keep his shoulders from shaking.
Did I mispronounce something wrong, or...?
No, not at all. You didn't...
You ready to be racist to me?
My wife, has never mentioned a friend like you. That's all. I suppose it's a good thing she's venturing out of the usual. Vultures and savages, all of them hiding under sheep's clothing.
I literally cannot tell if he's referring to Zach or to Rochelle.
I don't really get it, sir, but it's
Yes,
not
like, what
really
are you talking
surprising
about?
she wouldn't talk about me. We just met yesterday during the shoot.
As soon as the statement is out, the amicable air melts away almost palpably. His eyebrows crease into a frown, and his posture stiffens. With how fast the atmosphere around us changes in merely the span of a few spoken words, I'm not quite sure what I can and can't say anymore. Like handling a ticking time bomb. Is this why Ashton wants us to stay away from them? If so, a part of me regrets not listening to him now.
Shoot. Who are you again?
Zachary Steele, sir. I was here yesterday from the magazine feature about your home.
Funny, she didn't mention making a friend in the gardens yesterday.
Because I didn't want her to get possessed.
It was really just small chit-chat, sir. The usual. To keep things entertaining. The shoot did take the whole afternoon to finish.
Oh, I'm sure she was pleasantly entertained. She wouldn't be making friends with media types if she wasn't. No matter. She's her own woman. She can do what she wants so long as she doesn't do anything to ruin herself.
I'm sure Miss Wright is aware of that, sir.
That she is. But we aren't here to talk about her, are we? What is this about today?
I wanted to meet with her, actually.
The city's a long way from here. On pushbike, no less.
Yeah, I was actually hoping to talk to her.
Of course. Here for another headline, perhaps.
Well, at least he's a little bit more amicable towards us today.
Not exactly, sir. I'm off work. This is for something else.
That's what they always say. The next thing you know, your face is in the front page of every conceivable scandal sheet going all the way to the ass end of Plymouth.
Well, no, I'm being really serious. I actually have... She asked me to take some photo... She asked me to give her copies of the photos.
You media types have such an insatiable taste for gossip. It's almost amazing.
There won't be any of that in an interior design magazine, sir. I can assure you that one.
Oh, you never know. Well-trained hounds have an uncanny way of sniffing out things no matter where you keep them. I do admire the passion, though. It takes a lot of energy for someone to leave bed this early, let alone knock at someone else's door at this hour. That aside, unfortunately, you're going to have to come back some other day. You see, darling wife left not a moment to go.
Alright, and this is not new. Just gonna keep through everything.
This right after you introduced yourself as my friend in front of my husband.
Oh. Alright, and that's not new.
I do believe this isn't how friends address each other. Too formal, don't you think?
She gives the card back to me, nevertheless, and with it, her mood fades into a more pensive one. And that's not new. We went with that one looks cute, and I think that raised my relationship up with her a little bit, but I can check.
Oh, I think that one looks cute.
Yeah, I did. Okay. Alright. Now we're at the part where we're not going to show her the photos. There we go. We're really getting the relationship values up. She should know. I really should tell her. Yet...
Zachary, what is it?
When I look at her, all I see is a woman who only wants the best for the family she's trying to build. I see those loving smiles on her face whenever she puts her hand over her belly, the fond tones in her voice every time she thinks about what'll be a month's time. I bet she bought that mansion for the same reason. To fill its many rooms with the smiles and laughter of their children, to create memories from it, unlike the lonely ones she had as a child. And I can't bring myself to shatter that little wish. What other proof do I have except for what might be taken as a couple of badly developed photos? No matter where you look at it, this is ridiculous. Maybe I am seeing things, and I need to visit my doctor again, as soon as possible.
About the photos you requested.
Oh, are they done?
No, actually, they're not done yet. I had to finish the ones for the magazine first. I really don't want to rush it.
Please don't tell me you came all the way to Anslim just to tell me that.
I made you a promise.
Oh, you poor thing. I won't hold it against you if you can't give it to me soon. I'm not rushing you, dear.
Because I think if I remember right, if I showed the photos, it also fucked me up with Marianne, and it's like, well...
Good art takes time, yes. I'm more concerned about the quality than how fast it gets delivered. With it, I'm sure I'll get my money's worth.
You really don't have to pay for it, Hannah.
Shush you. Don't sell yourself short. You keep doing that and other people will follow. I'll have my secretary send the first half to your account tonight. No buts.
Behind her, Miss McCullough merely nods, mouthing at me to take it just as it is. Oh yeah, and she also gives me a job opportunity. That's good. She'd know, of course, being the other person working for the rights. But even if I did decline, I'm certain Hannah wouldn't be giving me a choice. She'll do it anyway.
I guess I'll just have to make sure I'll take good photos tomorrow at your party, yeah?
Fair enough. I'd love to discuss it with you, but I'll only get in the way. And I really need to leave now.
Have a good day, then.
Oh.
You too, sweetie.
She smiles and waves, and then she's gone, leaving me wondering if I've just wasted half of my day worrying for nothing. But the weight of the photos in my pocket is impossible to ignore. Maybe I should have done the foolish thing instead. At Luxbourne City, Zachary and Hannah met with Marianne McCullough. While Marianne was busy, Hannah disclosed her pregnancy and her frustrations to Zach. At the end of their talk, Zachary changed his mind about the photos. Alright, this is not new. Here we go. I talked to Isabella, but I haven't seen her around since she showed up at my apartment 2 days ago. Weird. There is one person, though. Oh, okay, yeah. Father Norman. And it turns out he got fucked up by the ghost. Alright, gotta keep going, gotta keep going, going. Hello. All right, where are we? Okay. It's Isabella who breaks it first.
We just thought we should check on you. After what happened to Rose,
Please don't tell me something happened again.
No, nothing. None so far.
Wow, 89% for both Isabella and Hannah. Nice.
And we're keeping it that way as much as possible.
Ash, it's not that easy. This isn't some...
We don't know that. Let me...
The bitter frustration in his tone is impossible to miss, but he catches it as soon as Isabella draws back. He allows himself a moment to breathe before dropping it for one less harsh, more tempered, gentler.
Let me look at this first, okay? I agreed to help, but you've got to let me handle things from now on.
Just making sure.
I already told you everything.
There must be something we're not seeing in this just yet. We'll sort this out, but no more silly ideas and running around on your own. You're making people worry more than necessary. Becca especially.
So everything's fine?
Depends on who you're asking. How are things with you? Anything odd?
Good, I guess. Admittedly, how things went down at the housewarming party last night threw me off a bit.
I'm not asking about that. Remember the letter thing Isabella's been yapping on about? I'm asking about that kind of odd.
I look at him. This is new. Gaped more like. His serious expression doesn't waver despite the perplexed look I shoot him. There's a brief second I let pass as I wait for the heavens to fall somewhere. It doesn't come. The sky is still bathed in vibrant reddish hues as it waits for the night to arrive. Luxbourne is still the same busy city, and everything in my room still appears as it did a second ago, including the unnerving ticking of my wall clock. But if Ashton, cool, calm, collected, always logical Ashton, takes interest in this, something or someone must have fucked shit up somewhere.
Well, the dreams, they're a lot worse than usual.
Yeah, so this is the same convo that he and Ash had last time, but Isabella's wasn't there.
There's a woman now, ever since we saw that letter. I don't know if it's the same one Isabella talked about. Maybe it is, maybe it ain't. I really don't want to go back to sleep sometimes. Last night was the worst. Anyway, why are you asking about this?
Rose's death isn't just a coincidence, Zach. It may have something to do with... I may have...
Wait. Stop right there for a sec, Bella. I thought you ain't buying this stuff, Ash. Just the other day, you said the exact same thing.
Alright, that's not new. Alright. I think if I remember right, we said we were going to fix this together.
It ain't too late. We could still fix this.
Yes.
There's 3 of us here.
Nice. Just getting there, man. Keeping the relationship values up. Love it.
Just so you know, I already apologized for the one at the movie house.
Ah. Yeah, and she got it.
Granted, she deserved more of an apology, but I meant it that time.
I'm just asking. I'll take your word for it. But if you can find out what's bothering her, that'd be nice. Honestly, I don't think it's the letter this time.
Oh, okay, so her dad's still dead. That's good to know. Alright. Just gotta keep going. Alright, skipping this. I can't do it. That's stress-inducing. Alright, I know better this time. I know better this time. Alright, so we're almost towards the end of Zach's route. Alright, we are gonna keep looking for Ash because I am not dealing with this death again. Fuck that nonsense. Hell nah. Alright, yay. All right. All right. I forget. When it came... So now with this out of the way, we are going to kill off Marianne. However, I don't remember. Does this build up my relationship with Luke or not? Let me see.
Nothing. Never mind.
Okay, so let me load that back up. $69. Nice. Alright, so this is wrong.
We're both drunk.
Alright, so that builds up my relationship with Luke a little bit. That's fine. Just gotta keep moving on. Oh, I don't know. Just gotta keep going on. Alright. I think that helped up. Look at that! That is our first maxed out thing. Nice. So now we gotta kill off Marianne. That's so fucked up. I love it though. Alright. Alright, check it out, and then we'll continue waiting. Will give us Hannah, so... Alright. This helps, this builds up Hannah, so...
I just remembered something, that's all.
Yep.
It's nothing to worry about.
I smell pancakes. I do hope you two are considering a diet just so I can have them all to myself.
Don't be a pig, Luke. You eat all of those and you might stop fitting into your tight suits.
What? I'm not a pig. You don't think I'm a pig, do you, Marianne?
With his saucy smile and playful wink, I can't help but think, you are a bit of a pig, Whiskey. Whoops.
I don't know, Mr. Wright. I'm an interior designer, not a zoologist.
The only styles she must be familiar with are statement of works.
Well, don't be a bore. You two might not be in a rush, but I'm going to go ahead and feast.
If you dawdle too long, he'll hog all the syrup.
Rich people are so eccentric.
Come on then, we can discuss business over food.
Alright, and this is not new. Oh wait, that's not right. We can compromise, or yes, it sounds fair. I think if I remember right, yes, it sounds fair is something new. Is not new, sorry. Is fair to Hannah. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, what do I want to do here? There's a QTE. Fuck. There's a QTE, but I also want to hang out more with Marianne, with Hannah. What's my relationship like here? Fuck. Fuck. At the very least, it looks like there might be a choice here. I don't know. Alright. Here's the thing. I will save in this slot. I think... I'm gonna stay on the ground floor. Because I want to see what Luke's here for. Alright, and this is not new.
I don't see why you would, though, Mint. Nothing really happened between us.
Well, I wasn't looking for whiskey.
I was just going around to do my inspection. Thought it needed a push, just in case the door was stuck and actually needed repairs.
So you really are some fancy interior designer, huh? Had you told me you were one, I would have called you a piss taker. I figured you'd be, I don't know, an assistant going for a drink after a week with a tosser of a boss.
I'm just glad you thought me any sort of professional with how ossified I was. I must have not looked the part, so I understand your surprise.
He doesn't offer a witty retort, and he grows quiet for a moment.
At first glance, Hana didn't look like some fancy finance manager when I first met her either. She was the pretty daughter of this rich, powerful man. When she was introduced, they told me that she was not there as the man's daughter, but as a part of management. I thought it dubious. All the beautiful women I knew before her, they used their looks to get what they want. And there she was, with all that she could ever need in life, and yet she works hard to earn her keep.
It sounds like you admire her.
Hearing that, I too can't help but feel admiration for Mrs. Wright.
You enjoy your job, don't you, Mint?
It helps me earn my keep, as you would put it. A bit strange to say out loud, but it gives me purpose as well.
Do you think then that, maybe, Hana would want to go back to being a working person?
Taken aback at his question, I wait for further clarification. What makes him ask this? And why me of all people, right? But when I see that no explanation is coming, I think... So this is a new choice. What do I want to say here? Honestly, I think you should ask her.
Shouldn't you be asking her this? Isn't her opinion much more
Nice.
important than that of someone you just met in a pub a few nights ago?
You're a woman, and I figured you might know more. I mean, people are always saying that women are fulfilled by having husbands and having a good home. But then, I see ones like you who look happy having jobs. Maybe she's like you, and having a job would be better for her.
Wow, that was actually pretty good. We're getting those relationships, man. Getting there. Because, I mean, look at that.
Just because I'm a woman? You do know we don't all think the same way. But I don't know, I'm not married or anything, but this shouldn't be a complicated matter. She's your wife for how many years? Talk to her. Ask her what she wants. Don't you guys talk during supper or something?
No, he just gets drunk off his ass. That gets him thinking. Or at least, it looks like it does.
Well, I should let you get back to work. Thanks for talking with me, I suppose.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
But anything goes awry if you take my advice. Just remember that I'm not some marriage counselor. So take it with a grain of salt.
My marriage goes down the shitter, I'll sue you. Noted.
Wait, that's not...
Too late. He takes a step back into the music room, shuts the door, and leaves me there looking gobsmacked. He wasn't serious, was he? That man. I don't understand him at all. One moment he's this huge ass, then he's this person the next.
Odd guy. Still needs a good arse kicking if you ask me.
Okay, so forget about going into the music room then, and that's not new. Oh, so we're having the creepy dream again. Huh? Wait. Is this a new choice? Oh my god, it is. It's a new choice. Wait, I clicked to move on. What's going on? Why, if you're not careful, it might go a bit loopy. Don't start bringing cats home. And soon enough, one day you'll find yourself going home to a farm just filled with felines that'll follow you everywhere. Oh, don't bluff, the things would shut up your precious furniture. Besides, you don't even like cats. True, dogs are infinitely superior, of course. But what about the wet dog smell? The mess. I'm not cleaning up after a mutt, no matter how cute. Let's see. For once, I'll have to agree with Whiskey on this one, though I can live with Mrs. Wright being a dog person. But as amusing as this conversation might get, I really shouldn't be caught eavesdropping or slacking off on the job. At most, I should be looking at ways of possibly soundproofing certain rooms. Perhaps bringing it up if they don't realize the lack of it. I really should. And I said to move on, didn't I? Alright, let me save real quick. What'll happen if I said keep listening? Alright. That's fair. I want to fucking load it up. I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to keep relationships up, guys. Again, I know we're save scumming, but fuck it. Look at that. Try to lighten the mood, ask if he's alright. What did I say here?
Hey, are you alright there, Whiskey?
Yes.
You're looking like you need a serious drink.
Just want to see what would happen if I try to keep like all the relationship values up. Wonder what path we're on now.
Lorraine! Where are you, Lorraine?
Let me just check. Fuck! Damn it. I thought we would be on here. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not mad. It's fine. Alright. Just checking. Well, we said to go in, so we're staying. Let's just see how this goes, I guess. Let's see. I might reload just to see, like, if I can get down to that bottom path. I just don't know how. Would it be try to lighten the mood, maybe? I don't know. It seems so cliche, like a death trap from an old horror movie. It might very well be a dead end down there. Hopefully not literally. Though I have no reason to fear for my life, it's hard to think I'll be in any way safe if I continue in there. The thought makes a chill run down my spine. Yet nothing's as paralyzing as what I hear next. It's distinct and alien, and it's enough to make me look, nervous at what I might see there. Behind me, I only see...
Lorraine! You're here!
That's new.
I thought I would never see you again.
I can't even question how in God's name is this possible. Seeing her there fills me with such a strange feeling of relief. I told myself I was ready to move on. Yet here I am, ready and willing to just embrace her back again with open arms. Her beautiful blonde hair, her soft lips with skin so fair and swaying hips. She laughs, and the smile she sends my way as she walks over makes my chest feel tight. But her eyes are the most beautiful of all.
I'm so sorry. I must look like a right mess. It's been so long.
I'm here, Em. I'm here now, don't you worry. Come here.
It takes everything I have not to tear up at the sight of her. She reaches out and slips her fingers through mine before pulling me away from the tunnel and towards the mirror. A reflection. A grown woman and a teenager barely past her prime. lends a bizarre light to this whole scene.
I can't imagine how you've been so alone all these years. I left you, Lorraine. I didn't mean to, but that's what I did. I don't even know if you can ever forgive me.
Don't cry. Doesn't suit your pretty face. Besides, I don't have to be alone anymore, do I?
Uh-oh.
You're here for me, aren't you? You'll never leave me again, will you?
My mouth goes dry as she looks at me. That isn't the plan. This isn't closure. Yet her hand in mine makes me believe that this is real. She's real. And that's all that matters. Nothing else.
Yes.
Oh.
Of course.
Okay, this might be another
I wouldn't
way.
dare leave you.
You swear you won't leave me?
I swear to God, I won't, Lorraine.
Though her smile remains, I can only describe her expression as sad. She walks around until she stands just behind me and wraps her arms around my waist. I nearly crumble with how I am in her arms once more. And when she puts her chin in the crook of my neck, and I feel her hot breath on my neck, I'm filled with both joy and grief. The scent of chocolate, almonds, honey, and beer surrounded me. My first taste of love. The love that I denied. It had been so bittersweet.
God's not the only one you're making promises to, Marianne. Swear it to me. Or, even better, prove it to me.
I'll stay forever with you, Lorraine. I swear it to you. How do I even prove it to you?
Is it kill yourself?
Simple.
She presses something in my hand. I was joking. A large glass shard from a wine bottle, cold and sharp.
You join me.
Is she suggesting that I...
Die for me.
Lorraine! That's... How can I?
How can I even do such a thing?
There's no need to be scared. I'll be here for you until the end, Marianne. Even if you hadn't done the same for me. But that's the only way I can forgive you. The only way we can be together again.
Oh my god! I am actually going to, I'm actually gonna not fucking, show that, because that is really fucking gory. Sorry about that. Together at last, huh? She guides my hand, raising the glass shard. My own hands are weak, as is my will, and I can only bare my neck to do with as she wishes. There's no reason, no self-preservation, as I mindlessly welcome my own death, as if it will lead me to my salvation. I feel nothing at first, other than the glass touching my skin like a caress, until a stinging sensation blooms from my neck. The pain sears and burns like nothing I felt before, and every breath intensifies the feeling. Even if I wanted to cry out and scream, I can only cough as a slick, metallic taste coats my tongue. The most I can do beyond that is rasp out, calling for her name.
Lorraine.
Cold and weak, I grow worse by the second. I cough with each ragged breath, expelling the blood that I'm inhaling through my slit throat.
Shush now.
Oh.
It'll be over soon.
Uh-oh.
Really soon.
I know you guys can't see this, but her, Lorraine's, character just changed to Takako. There's a moment of doubt, as I remember that the devil was once the most beautiful angel in heaven. That I shouldn't be deceived by such beauty. But in my final moments, all of that is soon forgotten. My mouth twitches. I can't muster even the smallest of smiles anymore. But I'll be with Lorraine. Alright, I'll put it back up. Oh my god, that was graphic. Desperate to deal with her painful past, Mary Ann McCulloch excused herself from attending the housewarming party to search for Amy Lorraine within the mansion. Seeing her again, however, made her decide to join her dead friend instead. Oh, memory collector! Okay, look at... okay, so we got a new memory. We got Edward with Charlotte. And they're both rather pissed. Huh. Edward is pissed at Charlotte though. So did he did actually so he did cheat on her with Takako then. And that's why Charlotte was fucking with her, was because she felt that Takako had stolen her man. Interesting. Alright, we're gonna be taking a break here, real quick. %, done. Death! Yay! We did manage to kill her off! Alright. Alright, so... let's see. Nice! 100% of all the CGs! Let's see. Yeah, so... I don't know if you can really see it, but yeah... you know, I think it's in this image. I don't want to bring it up because of that throat slitting thing. But yeah, her image changed to more of Takako. But yeah, we got all the CGs for Lorraine. Lorraine. For Marianne. Nice. Let's see. Hey! Psychotherapy not included. Consult with the professor about the mansion. Oh, the charm. Words unsaid. Say thank you to Ashton for being there. Let's see, I'm just checking. It takes two to tango. Give Luke another chance. Really wish I didn't. A hearty meal. Have lunch with Ashton and Isabella. Get a visit from someone, who knows? Together at last. Dead women tell no tales. Let's see, is that it? Oh yeah, we did get memory collector. Whoops. Memory unlock 4 memory fragments. God damn though, that was super fucking graphic. Actually, how far are we? 55% of the achievements. Nice. What was I gonna look up? I was gonna look up something real quick. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. Okay, so this would have been the second memory fragment we got. Interesting. So we got this, then that, then that. Because I'm assuming these are in chronological order. So this was obviously the last one. So yeah, so now we're about halfway through the memory fragments. We got 8. Huh, okay. I'm just wondering what this could mean. Because it's second in the thing, so does that mean, like, that Charlotte caught Edward probably making out with Takako at some point, or cheating on her with her? And that's why, like, this happened? The thing is, though, is that, like, this is only 2 memory fragments from this. So it's like, what the hell happened between this and this? But hey, at least but hey, you know what? I'm actually happy because at least with, wow, 88% through. Let's see. But yeah, at least we got this. We got this, which was sweet. I'm gonna assume that these 3 are probably for her death, right? Her actual death. Let's see. Then we got this stuff. Then this stuff. At least Zach's not dead this time around. Alright, so we are going to be taking a quick break. God, I still can't believe that shit fucking happened. Like, I was not expecting it to be that gory. Like, I'm sorry for anyone who had to see that. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, my back. But still, like, I'm sorry for anyone who had to see that. Because I'm playing through this game blind, I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. And I did not expect it to be that fucking gory. So that's why I had to, like, you know, quickly, like, what's the word I'm looking for? I had to quickly, censor it. Alright. But still, we're already halfway through the game, surprisingly. Alright, so now it is just a break time. Time to get some food, some drinks, whatever. And then we'll be right back to the game. Wonder if I should get something to eat. I'm not particularly hungry. But it probably would do some good to get up, so. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna get up, but I'm not gonna mute the mic or anything. Oh fuck, there goes my legs. I meant to do my back. So, how is everyone doing? We're already halfway through the letter, and it's like the relationship values are going up. But hey, we managed to keep we managed to achieve one goal, and that was to kill Marianne off. I just didn't think it was gonna be like that. I was because I wasn't sure, like, is it possible we can kill her off? But like, because I was thinking, like, can we kill her off? Because I was kind of worried, because I was like, shit, I know we had a choice, like, in that bottom path where we had to choose whether or not, like, Lorraine was, not Lorraine, Marianne was gonna follow Lorraine into the mirror or not, and we had to break it. I thought that was like, fuck, that's probably where the choice is, and we're still gonna end up with this. But no, we actually ended up killing her off. Let me see here. I'm having a look at my Discord messages, see if we're still doing D&D tonight, which we are. 7:30. The funny thing is that, like, I remember last week when the schedule was coming up, it was supposed to be at 7:30. And the thing is that, like, over here in America, that would be 4:30 in the morning over here. However, when 3:30 came around, everyone was already gathering into the VC, and I was like, wait a minute, why are we all gathering in the VC? It's not 4:30 yet. And then when I explained it to them, the DM was like, oh, it's probably because it's daylight savings time. I was like, what? Because the thing is, like, I checked yesterday to see, like, when daylight savings time was, and it's not until next month for me. So I'm like, wait a minute, does Australia get it, like, earlier? I thought it was the same thing all around the world. Alright, I will do that. But still, it was just funny because I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean? So I have no idea if this was like if it's gonna be at 3:30 again, or if it's gonna be at 4:30. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Oh god. So stupid. Sorry, it's just me looking at stupid shit. But still, we got some new... But yeah, we got another new memory fragment. And I know we talked a little about this, but it's just like... What the fuck, man? Like, I thought... I was gonna say, I thought we were done, that's not right. But still, I thought that, like... But still, like, I don't really know exactly, like, what does this mean? What does this memory fragment mean? Like... Because it was Charlotte and Edward pissed, presumably at each other. And I'm wondering if, like, if that means that, like, so, again, I brought it up before how Charlotte probably caught Takako and Edward, you know, probably, like, doing the do or whatever. And that's why she was so pissed at Takako. But it does make me wonder if, like, what, like, and I remember bringing this up, and I remember bringing this up last time on Sunday, where, like, where Charlotte, where I'm not willing to completely discount her out, like, I'm not willing to completely count her out either. Like, I genuinely don't think Takako is the only ghost that's haunting the mansion. Like, I feel like Charlotte is here too. Because it's just like... Because, you know, because we got those images of Charlotte. You know what I mean? We got her crying in the attic. And we also have Takako, you know, phasing into her. Like, I refuse to believe that Charlotte is not here. Like, I would need some cold, hard proof from this game that Charlotte is not here. We know for a fact Edward isn't here. We haven't seen him at all. We've only seen him from the memory fragments. So it's like Takako and Charlotte. Like, what are their goals here? Like, we know that for Takako, at least, if she really is the one that's, like, you know, that's, like, you know, at the end, where, you know, taunting everybody, being like, you will die here, and all that. Like, she obviously wants to keep Luke, or Edward, all to herself. But if Charlotte is here, what is her goal? Is it to expel Takako? Not to mention, like, why... Not to mention, too, like, why is Takako going after everybody? If she just wanted to go after Hannah, right, she could just do it. But instead, she possesses her instead. So I don't really get, like, you know, stuff. I just don't really get stuff. I just don't really get stuff. So then there's also, like... I don't know, it's just like... I kind of... Now that I'm kind of thinking about it, we know for a fact that Charlotte was, you know, had committed suicide. Was it really her that did it, or was it Takako? Like, did she do the same thing that she basically just did to Marianne, where... You know, where she basically, like, made her kill herself. I mean, I could be wrong, but who knows? There's a lot of story here I'm still trying to unravel, even though we're on, like, the third run-through. But still, I will admit, though, that, like, the relationship values are pretty high between the four friends. Like, you know, and because we're on Rebecca's chapter now, and we know what to do to not get her to die, you know, like, I wonder, like, how different things are gonna be with all four of them at the mansion. I really hope to God we can avoid Ash dying. That would be great! You know, now granted, I don't know whether or not disarming Luke is going to produce the same result, but I'm not going to do it just in case, because I don't want these fuckers to die. Especially now that, like, I'm actively rooting for Ashton and Isabella at this point. Who knows, maybe maybe Ash will realize that he's in love with her sooner, like he did when she was in the hospital. She was just unable to respond to it. Alright, let me sit back down for a moment, because I gotta check some stuff. Alright, let's see. What was I gonna trigger again? I forgot! Whoops. Did not mean to do that. Let me see. I actually should check my other Twitter for a moment. Excuse me. Let's see. Alright, if you hear this, I'm pulling up TweetDeck for a moment, just to check my, my one Twitter. So if you hear just, like, random-ass, like, beeps in the background, don't mind that. Let's see. Alright. There we go. Never. But still, I wonder how things are gonna be different this time around. Like, what do I want to, like, what's gonna happen? Because again, like, now that Marianne is dead, like, oh yeah, that's right! Because Marianne is dead, and because, like, unless Takako is able to fucking, like, do something with her body, like, her body's gonna be in the wine cellar. It's not gonna be in the servants or the dungeon. So that means, yeah, so that means that Ash's path, you know, when he goes through the dungeon, like, he's not gonna meet with her there. That's gonna be completely new. Whoops, I pulled up an accidental thing. So yeah, that's a good, so yeah, there's that. And then, like, you know, is Johannes gonna find her fucking body in the wine cellar and have to tell Luke, like, hey, by the way, the interior designer, her body was in our basement. I think she killed herself. Like, I think she killed herself, and Luke having to be like, oh, fuck. But still, and with that, it's like, we also have, like, Hannah admitted to Luke that she's pregnant with twins! So that's interesting, so, you know, and he seems to be like, excuse me. But still, like, things are gonna be different, man. But still, I can't believe we're already halfway through, like, the characters, and we're just getting around to the third hour. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's good. That, like, yeah, the third run-through is going a lot more quickly than the second one was. But who knows? Who knows? I do wonder, like, I do wonder, like, you know, what's the fourth run through gonna be if we finish the third one either tonight or tomorrow, or next time, you know, on Sunday. Like, maybe that, like, maybe at that point we actively try to kill everyone off. We actively try and kill everybody off. Like, maybe that'll be a thing. Like, I know, like, you know, that I know that normally the next thing would be like, oh, maybe we should try and, like, keep everyone alive. No, how about we kill everyone off? Just see, like, what kind of fucked up shit can we do? We got everyone but Luke and Hannah. We got everyone but Luke, Hannah, and Isabella dead. Let's actively try and kill them off. You never know. Let's see how fucked up some of the deaths are. We already saw a few of them. I mean, again, we just saw Marianne slit her throat. We got Ashton impaled on a spear. I mean, Rebecca, yeah, we did see Rebecca's death, but we only got to see the aftermath from a blurry image in Ash's chapter. From a fall, so that doesn't work. We got Isabella's car accident, but she didn't technically die from that. And with Zach, I mean, he got his eyes gouged out. So, like, who knows, right? But still, we have like 55 of the achievements here. Like, that's amazing. Like, you know for a fact there's gonna be an achievement for, like, getting all the memory fragments. So who knows, maybe the fourth run through will be just like, you know, we get all the memory fragments we can. But still, I wonder what these other achievements are. Like, I'm looking at the list of achievements right now, and it's like, I wonder, like, what some of the beginning ones are here. I don't know, maybe that'll be another, like, maybe that'll be a thing for another time, where, like, we basically try and gather all the achievements we can. I'm just looking at the achievements right now. Just like, what do I do? Let's see, just looking at all this. Just like, what do I do? It's actually kind of interesting that, like, unlock 4 memory fragments refers to, like, I keep saying refers, but, like, it's right after the end of Marianne's chapter, so who knows? Da, 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 da. I know, I keep fucking just like looking at shit and I'm like, what the hell am I doing? Romance endings. Anyway, I'm sorry. I always go silent whenever like I'm focusing too much on something. Let's see. How long have we been on break? God. So only 20 minutes. That's fair. Sorry, I just want to get through this, man. Not to mention, I don't really have much to talk about. Nothing's really happened like this past week, I feel like. Oh, excuse me. I don't know, maybe it's best if we just, like, continue on, because I really don't have much to talk about. I don't know what to say, guys, I'm sorry. But, I guess, like, in terms of, like, you know, are we gonna finish the third run through tonight? Who fucking knows? Like, I'll be surprised if we do, honestly. Considering, I mean, we did manage to get through 4 chapters, like, with seemingly no issue. Yeah, you know what? Let's go back to it. Why not? Fuck it, I don't have anything. Let me just retweet this real quick. And hey, you know, the shorter the break, the more, you know, the shorter the break, the quicker that, let's see, well, how do I go about this? Damn it, I didn't even spell save right. God, I hate it. I've officially allowed myself to save scum for an ending. There we go. Let's try that, why not? The funny thing is, when I was promoting the stream, I basically, the promo text was, challenge, keep all 4 friends alive by the end. Airi accepted. Because I was like, because I think it's a bit of a thing for me where it's like, I tend to not rise up to the challenge, so I was like, fuck it. This is gonna be a challenge run. Alright, say goodbye to Firefox, everybody. We'll be back to it during the ending. Oh, whoops. I don't know why I did that. Alright. Whoops! No, 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 no. There we go. Oof. It's fine. Alright, so 82% for Marianne. Nice. Alright, so now we just gotta skip off through everything. Now, I believe if I remember right, it's beginning with Rebecca's that the roots just get longer and longer. So just had the stupidest thought, like, I can't wait to see like what the reaction's gonna be to Marianne's dead ass body. Ah, this cold caught up with me. Does that help me with Isabella? Let me see. Whoops, that's not it. Does that help me with Isabella any?
And during the open house?
Yes.
Even if there were a lot.
There we go. Alright. I gotta bring up that relationship a little bit. I also gotta try my best to bring up Ash's relationship. Come on. Holy shit, come on.
I'm serious. You've got to stop treating her like she's one of your students, Becca. You don't have to keep tabs on her every time.
Sorry, that was just to, like, get it out of the way. Alright, where are we in terms of it? Ah, okay. Alright, skip. Let's see. Alright, so we're out of choice. What did I say? I said I can handle it, but did that help me get Ash up? We can check. Okay, no. Alright, okay. That's fair. Alright, that'll help. And it is a new choice, so... I recognize his concern for what it is. It's not new for him to go out of his way for us, and to be honest, this is what I love about him. As much as I would have loved to take this off his hands, it'd only be selfish of me to insist, considering he knows of my other commitments. Wait, where's the backlog? Fucking hell. Let me see. To do so feels like I'd be trampling on that kindness he seldom offers to anyone.
Sorry for putting you up to this.
Don't mention it. You've got other things you need to worry about. Take care of those first. This is a small thing.
I still owe you one.
Oh, I can name a few things you can do about that. You know, there's this ice cream shop that opened near the movie house. I could use...
Okay, let's stop right there. That's enough. On second thought, maybe I'll just think about it some other time.
Okay, just checking.
Harsh.
We both laugh. the sound lighter and more comfortable. Like the old days, when a wayward 26-year-old is at the bottom of the list we need to worry about. This is how we find a common ground. We may not agree on a lot of things. We may see things the way the other does, but the give and take is something we've learned to get used to over the years. Whenever it's like this, confidence in him is the least I can offer as thanks.
Really? Thanks for this, Ash.
I'll let you know what happened afterwards, I promise. I'll call you later. You have a good day. Bye.
I admit, the way he puts it isn't comforting enough. Alright, so this is not new.
Drove her home a few minutes ago. I think she's sleeping now.
Right. Let's see, there are only two things, There are only I know of that could be the reason for that tone. Sweets, or he's gotten the good lead in his case. From the sound of it, I'm going to assume it's the former, since lately that case is all that's running inside his head. If there's ever a third one, I've never heard of it yet. It can only be one of the two. How's Isabella?
Sorry this took a while. Seaman gave us the puppy eyes after we tried to leave. Had some food prepared for us, apparently. We didn't have the heart to say no.
That's all right. Is she okay now?
I'm not really sure. She didn't say anything to Zach, but she mentioned a plan to take a few days off from work.
And that's not new.
If you want, I can get you that
Oh.
ice cream thing you mentioned tonight. As thanks. Just as thanks for all the trouble I've caused today.
Believe me, I'd love to take you up on that offer, but I've got something on my schedule this evening. Maybe some other time? Thanks a lot, Becca.
There's a short pause before he cuts the call from his end, and once again I'm alone with my thoughts. But rather than answers, all I got from it are questions. More of them, one on top of the other, as if the world wasn't planning to give me a break on anytime soon. Alright, so that's not new. Oh, fuck. Alright. Alright, I know we picked either or here. But what do I want to do here is the question. Hit him where it hurts or shout for help.
Let me go, you uncouth lout!
Alright.
Mister, you have until the count of 5 to let me
So that
go
doesn't do
and
anything.
Step out of my personal space.
Alright, alright. I know, I keep doing this. I'm trying to figure out, like...
Let me go, you uncouth lout!
Well, that doesn't take me down as much, so... And I know this will do for that. Alright, what did I pick for this answer here? Whoops. Is this why I didn't... I think that builds up my relationship with, I think that builds up my relationship with, I was gonna say with Luke, with, Isabella, so... Yeah, so, that's good. There's a lot of skipping for Rebecca here. Which one of these would build him up? That does. Alright. Just gotta keep going. Alright, so I know that... Alright, so I know that going on this will help build up my relationship with Luke, but I want to build my stuff up with Ash, so... Listen, he'll fucking take it, alright? It's fine. I can make a difficult decision. Oh, this is new? The fuck? What day am I on? Oh, so this... Okay, so this was before he found out he was pregnant. Sorry. He says he dislikes the idea of having children of his own, but it's easy to see some part of him genuinely wants them. What's stopping him? It's something to mull over, along with every other confusing and frustrating thing about this guy. Alright, that's not new. Tomorrow afternoon, do you have time? Does this build up my relationship with Ashton if I say yes? Yes, it does. Nice. Alright. Checking to make sure. Alright, what did I pick here? I might have seen her. Does that... Let's see. Let me see. I have a little bit with Isabella, but a little bit with Ashton. What does this do, I wonder? Let me see. It builds up my thing with that. Or... Regardless of this. Alright, I'll take that. I'll take that. It's equivalent exchange. I'll take that. Plus, it's a new thing. Man, save scumming's great. I love it, guys. Alright. Regardless of Isabella's intentions, curse or not, Ashton has every right to feel miffed. He's gone to great lengths trying to keep his personal life away from his job. Even if he won't say it, he'll fight tooth and nail to keep us safe. And this time, Miss Cooper's death hit close. Too close to someone he cares about.
That's not what I'm trying to get at, Ash.
Then help me talk some sense into her.
I was about to get to that. Isabella, I know you're worried about those people, but you have to understand that what Ashton's doing isn't simple.
Again, it will keep the equivalent exchange thing.
He's right. You shouldn't even be involving yourself in this kind of stuff, much less doing things on your own.
I went to him, didn't I? First thing in the morning. I asked for his help.
After you went ahead and did some snooping, and now you're planning another one. Can't you see what's wrong with that?
You won't believe me unless I give you proof. You said it yourself. Evidence doesn't lie.
Concrete proof, Isabella. Not something based on rumors or stupid urban legends. Trust me, Belle. Any day, I'd gladly help you with anything.
I know that. I was only hoping I could fix this before any of you, before I...
She breathes in, deep, steadying, and in that moment something falls behind her eyes as she looks away.
Sorry. I got ahead of myself, didn't I?
A quiet resolve. The same one I saw in her that night from 3 days ago. But this time, it burns brighter. Even Ashton wavers at its sight when she looks at him straight in the eyes, gaze unflinching. Gradually, his grip on her wrist loosens.
Belle, all I'm asking you for is to...
Just this once, Ash.
Her voice, though small and lacking any force, stops him. Along with it, every sound, every noise dies around us, a hush descending as if the world is waiting for her words.
You don't have to come with me. But if I don't do anything, I am going to regret it.
Oh fuck, I'm late, what I'd miss. Well, we're on our third run through the game. And Isabella's not in the hospital, nor is she dead. She's still alive. And Hannah's still not possessed. And we found out that basically we settled on 3 goals. 1, keep all 4 of the friends alive up to the end, which we've been doing well so far. 2, kill Marianne off, which we did, and it was gory. And 3, keep Hannah and Luke together, and we have. And she told him she was pregnant, with twins nonetheless. So now we're still in the process of trying to get that first goal achieved, and we're currently in the middle of Rebecca's chapter. We're actually almost halfway through it. She lays a hand atop his, gentle, pleading. Almost intimate, if one didn't consider the circumstances we found ourselves in.
Please.
Ashton will never tell a soul, will never admit it even to himself, but it's in that short second that his own resolve breaks. The moment the hard edge in his eyes softens, and he relinquishes his hold on her, letting his hand fall limply to his side. Wordlessly, Isabella steps back and runs off, leaving only a muttered thanks and a small, lackluster smile. Only after the last of her footsteps fade away does Ashton move. Breaking the silence with one of his sharp exhales before reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose, in a gesture of frustration and surrender.
I can't believe she just talked me into that.
Well, she has you wrapped around her finger, doesn't she?
Don't worry. I'll get her back here.
He's already poised to leave when my own instinct takes over. I reach for him, gripping his elbow with the same unyielding grip, the action prompted by voices whispering at the back of my mind. He's not going to believe me, but he deserves a word of caution. Who knows where all of this will take us, how all of this will end. He shouldn't be caught off guard, beliefs notwithstanding.
Ash, I know you don't believe in those things she's saying. And you know me. I am as less inclined to believe in those as you do. But please, try to hear her out. Even if it's not a ghost, or a curse, I think there's still something odd going around here.
What do you mean?
Weird things. Like the feeling of someone watching you. Or shivers. The room suddenly getting cold.
Like the weird things Scaredy Cat says, you mean?
To some degree. Look, Ash, I'm not sure what it is. It's bad enough that Isabella goes off like this without telling anyone. I'm just worried something might happen to her if she keeps at it. Talk to her, okay?
As if she trusts me enough for that.
Bitch, she gave you a kiss on the cheek. I think that's enough trust. Like, seriously, you want to know what I did with Isabella? Look at this relationship here! Look at it! Look at it! We did so well!
Doesn't the fact that she approached you first about this, instead of me, already say a lot?
A different kind of trust, granted implicitly and never spoken, sometimes too big, too fragile to last. He falls silent for a long moment as he turns it over in his mind. In the end, all he manages to offer is a small nod before he departs, and a promise to at least listen to her, without the teasing or the jibes. Jibes, bleh. Alright, and that's not new. Let me get back, okay. And that's not new. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Alright, so this is new. Oh man, we're almost to the end of Rebecca's chapter. God, we're almost at the end of Rebecca's already. Jesus. It's in her eyes when she turns to her. The face of someone who demands she be given the same respect she has long deserved.
You are no longer welcome in any of our estates, our properties, and our businesses. And we will no longer patronize yours. Now, escort the girl and make sure she isn't standing even an inch within our grounds.
Hannah's outrage is a strange sight to witness, after those smiles and the grace she has carried herself through the entirety of the party. Like this, her eyes burning bright with fury, I don't doubt she can do so much more. Ruin the scandalous woman if need be. Shaming her is already an act of mercy, generous enough coming from her.
You won't show your face to me ever again if you know what is good for you, Rochelle. Take her away.
No one protests, not even the subject of her ire as she is forcibly dragged out. Even the smile on Luke's face wavers when she eventually turns to him and pulls him out of the room for a talk of their own. For a brief moment, there's a concerted effort between those left in the hall. A short second of tense silence while they struggle to figure out what to do with themselves. But true to the kind of talk these situations attract, it doesn't last for too long. Soon, chatter explodes throughout the whole ballroom. Worried murmurs, clicking of tongues, and inappropriate gossip filters through the thick tension in the room. Most of them haven't even left the premises and they're already talking about it. Tomorrow it'll be on the news for sure, in every local broadsheet and tabloid in Luxbourne. I couldn't care less about any of it. Simply thinking about this already gives me a headache. When the shock has faded, I just feel bone-tired. I've accomplished nothing of what I've come here for, and apparently Ashton has disappeared sometime during the commotion. Sorry, that's not what I wanted. I'm not sure what pisses me off more. That he ignored me the whole evening and might have just left without saying anything, or knowing he obviously has some other motive for being here. Can't he at least trust his own friends for that?
He didn't have to lie to me.
The only relief to be had in this, perhaps, is Zachary's comforting smile when he approaches. He appears as disturbed when he stands beside me, fiddling with the buttons on his camera, even though the device is off.
Eventful night, huh?
You can say that again. It was awful.
He pauses for a moment, stares at me intently. Then he laughs. A tired one, but filled with humor, in spite of what we witnessed.
Let me guess. Ashton?
What makes you think he's my problem?
Just a hunch. And, it's all in your face, actually.
Why does he have to? I don't understand that man anymore.
Like I always say, you should just...
Oh, you can bet your ass we're going to have a very long talk. I'm not letting him off easy this time.
I'm sure he has a good reason. He won't say it, but he likes being around us. Heck, we're probably the only people he likes. He ain't gonna ruin that for something stupid. He can be dense, but he ain't dumb.
But that's exactly what I've been telling people, isn't it?
We'll see about that. I just want to go home. Are you done here?
Nah, sorry. I can't until the party ends.
It's all right. I'll just take a cab or something. I'll see you later, Zachary.
Before removing myself from the room, I lay a comforting hand on his arm. He'll need it among these people. Then I'm gone, more than ready to end the disastrous night as early as possible. Let's see, this is not new. Oh. Maybe it is. Oh wait, no sign of his wife. Just him and the agitated clicks his shoes make while he treads around the empty room. And that's not new.
Because, Daisy, I've had enough of it for one night. I don't need to hear another one.
You are a very unpleasant man.
So I've been told. Will that be all? If so, I suggest you go back and join every bloody goss in that room.
I think if I remember right, with this it was just, should be with your wife.
Brooding over here isn't going to fix this mess.
Alright, what did I pick? Let's see. Care to... I think... Let me see.
Care to explain your reasons?
Yeah, so that helps me. That's good. Oh, wow. We're already at the end of Rebecca's path. That's interesting. That's good to know. Hopefully she just doesn't end up dying. Man, we're already at the end of this chapter, huh? Damn, our third run-through is just going quick! I love it, though. Don't get me wrong. Alright, I'm quite obviously not ready to go with her death, so... head for the fucking door. Alright, skip that cutscene. Don't want to deal with that. Hey! Alright, stop. Alright, so both Isabella and Rebecca are here still, along with Zach. So I think we're gonna be reaching new content soon. Thank God. Gonna be skipping through shit. Alright, get through this shit. Whoops. Getting through stuff. I love it. Alright. And now we're in one of the longest paths. So I believe if I remember right, Incest is confidential helps with Rebecca. That's fair.
It's confidential, Rebecca.
Yep. Good.
Official police business, huh? So you did use me?
Used. The way she utters it just makes me feel like a total scumbag. It's not like I did it all on purpose. But I can't just hold someone else responsible for this, right? Who am I going to blame? The chief? Hannah Wright? Luke Wright? Doing so feels like cowardice. It doesn't change the fact that I'm the one who put us in this situation. I couldn't even look at her anymore, with this guilt eating me up inside. But then she laughs. Half-hearted, with barely a hint of cheer in it, but it's a laugh nonetheless. I honestly don't know what to make of that. what to do with myself upon hearing it. It's almost like the mere sound of it is meant to pierce. Yeah, so that's not new. We're almost done. Thank God.
I'm taking back what I said last week. You haven't changed at all.
Four minutes and 30 seconds, 29, 28.
Still going. We gotta be reaching new content soon, man. It's just taking forever.
Please don't tell me something happened again.
No, nothing. None so far. And we're keeping it that way as much as possible.
Ash, it's not that easy. This isn't some...
We don't know that. Let me...
Sometimes I amaze myself how much I try for her. But what else can I offer her? I was the first one who brushed her off. We've all been given our warnings that day, in that desperate pleading tone of hers, and I just stood there, judging her. This is the least I can do. Perhaps even to make up for all those other times I've hurt her.
Let me look at this first, okay? I agreed to help, but you've got to let me handle things from now on.
I already told you everything.
There must be something we're not seeing in this just yet. We'll sort this out, but no more silly ideas and running around on your own. You're making people worry more than necessary. Becca, especially.
So everything's fine?
Depends on who you're asking. How are things with you? Anything odd?
Good, I guess. Admittedly, how things went down at the housewarming party last night threw me off a bit.
I'm not asking about that. Remember the letter thing Isabella's been yapping on about? I'm asking about that kind of odd.
As expected, Zach starts to look at me like I've grown a second head. Yeah, I would too if there was ever a universe where I was standing in front of myself. Because even as a child, I never believed in ghost stories. The lucky charms and mystical objects from my mother would have often been stored away or given as paltry gifts to those who would appreciate them more.
Well, the dreams, they're a lot worse than usual. There's a woman now, ever since we saw that letter. I don't know if it's the same one Isabella talked about. Maybe it is, maybe it ain't. I really don't want to go back to sleep sometimes. Last night was the worst. Anyway, why are you asking about this?
Rose's death isn't just a coincidence, Zach. It may have something to do with... I may have...
Wait, stop right there for a sec, Bella. I thought you ain't buying this stuff, Ash. Just the other day, you said the exact same thing.
Granted, I haven't eliminated every single possibility here yet, but what else is there to go off on from here? The worried looks Zach shoots my way doesn't help one bit in helping me gather my thoughts either, when that's what I came here for. Alright, so that's not new. Oh, and we're doing this. Okay. That's fair. Too much shit. Alright, I believe if I remember right with this choice, we were like, yeah, tell me about him. Because that helped with Isabella.
When?
Yep. I'm skipping through this cut time of QTE because this gives me fucking anxiety. Fuck that. Alright, just getting through more shit. Come on. Oh, and okay, yeah, and this should be new. This should be new, actually, because Rebecca's not dead. Z-Man's... Okay, wait a minute. Let me check the scroll here. The scroll, I'm sorry. Z-Man mentioned dreaming about a woman. Whether it's the same one we've been seeing, I've yet to ask. Bottom line, he likely knows as much about this as I do. Hell, Rebecca's probably in the same boat, grasping for anything that might provide an answer. A way out of this. That's not new. Alright, what did I say? Take her I can't fucking speak today. Offer! I think I said this.
Thank you.
Yup. God, we picked all the right choices up until Rebecca. Wait, is this new? Wait, no, it's not. You're okay. Did I pick this? Oh, thank God. Just picking shit. Man, we're really doing well in terms of the relationship stuff. Alright, this is new because Rebecca did not die. This is... Whoops. I meant to read that out loud. However, the tone she assumes isn't what I'm hoping to hear. I meant to look at this, and I fucked up. Ragged, a bit out of breath. There's a tinge of urgency in it. Listening to her from my side of the line makes it seem like she's just run a marathon prior to this call.
Becca, where?
I got your message. What happened?
Nothing. Yet. Where are you?
Downtown. I had to make a quick visit to the library. Listen, Ash, about that thing Isabella has been talking about. There's something you guys need to...
Please tell me you didn't... Whatever. Save it for later. I'm at Salemwell. If you can get here as soon as possible, that'd be really great. This is... related to that.
You're there? Is Isabella with you?
Yeah, Zach too.
With a quick press of the button, I switch on the loudspeakers and step back into Isabella's apartment. So this is going to probably be completely new because now we got all four friends alive up to this point, which is good. Oh, it feels like forever. I hold out the phone towards the two, giving it 2 shakes, urging them to speak. Both are still carrying worried looks on their faces. This should ease that.
Rebecca's asking for you two.
Becca? Is she okay? Hey, Becca!
Hello, Rebecca. Odd morning we having, eh?
Hey, you two. What's happening over there? Is this something I should be worried about?
We'll tell you once you get here. Please, hurry.
I don't like the sound of that, Ash. But I'm on my way. Give me a few minutes. I'm driving.
She mumbles a goodbye and then hangs up. Becca's the last person I needed to account for, yet that call left an even more strained tension in the room. Thankfully, we don't have to linger on it for too long. She only takes a matter of minutes to get here, and the second she steps into the room, Isabella clings to her.
I'm so glad you're okay.
Safe and sound.
Ashton checked on you this morning, but...
That's probably an achievement for getting all 4 of them back. Thank God.
He did? I'm sorry. I was in a hurry. I didn't have time to drop by and let you know.
It doesn't matter. What's important is you're here.
Thank God. Not burnt to a crisp or brutally murdered somewhere. Whole. Alive. Although she seems a bit shaken, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. At least now I can relax, ease the pressure off my shoulders, if only by some. But the minute Isabella pulls away from her, she winces. A small reaction. The younger woman doesn't even catch it. It sets a precedence for a careful observation, nevertheless. A closer look at her reveals a much more disheveled than usual Rebecca. Hair in a bit of a mess, probably flattened in a hurry. The back of her dress also shows stains of dirt in places it rarely gets into. She's also leaning more on using her left arm. She's right-handed. Perhaps the most telling is the slight limp she has, noticeable once Isabella leads her into the room. It all sprouts a hatful of questions. What exactly happened and how she ended up in that state? Pretty sure a simple trip to the library wouldn't do that. I grab for her arm before she can walk past. Carefully, to avoid hurting her, in case there really is an injury. Seems like it at first glance, but you can't be sure until after a careful examination has been made. I suspect some bruising at least. Although minor internal fractures aren't out of the equation, they have a nasty way of staying hidden. Excuse me. Sure enough, Becca tenses immediately upon contact. Tries to pull back, although the sudden gesture only elicits another wince, forcing her and Isabella to a halt. Both of them turn to me almost the same time, their eyes searching mine for answers. Rebecca, for her part, doesn't appear to quite pleased with the interruption, or the fact someone has brought it to light. But that someone also has to make sure. So this is a new question. A new choice.
You okay? You're limping.
Nice! As expected, she tries to hide it. This time, when she squirms from my grasp, it's with enough force. She almost stumbles back if Zach hadn't caught her by the elbow. Even with two more people shooting her concerned looks, she's swift to shrug it off.
It's fine. I just had a little accident.
Little accident. Hard to believe when her other arm's nursing the supposedly fine arm. Isabella doesn't buy any of it either.
In a library? Well, yeah. It kinda caught me off guard.
Something's happened there, hasn't it?
I don't have to elaborate on the question further. Shortly, she goes very still and the hand placed over her right arm shifts ever so slightly, its grip on the limb tightening. Not too firm to hurt, but just enough for a gesture of comfort to herself. Oh, there's the red thing. I was like, where is it? Warily, she casts a glance at everyone in the room. But only the one she spares for Isabella lingers longer, and in that moment, something unspoken passes between them. An understanding. It strikes me seconds later how utterly familiar her expression is. It's the same one I've seen far too many times in Isabella. Since that day at the movie house, every time her attempts to warn us have been so rudely dismissed.
Let me see.
Can we? We have to check if it's bad.
Rebecca hesitates for a moment. Then, after a minute of consideration, she sighs and reaches for the hem of her sleeve, raises it just enough for Isabella to take a good look at it. Not swollen, but a large portion of her skin starting to turn an ugly shade of purple.
Oh, that is gonna be one hell of a nasty bruise.
Tell me about it. It was a library cart that hit me. You know, the old metal ones they keep near the history section.
Ouch! Like I said, nasty.
But she's there? She went after you.
Yeah, I was in the archives, looking something up. Suddenly, she was just there. Well, she was using my own students against me. What kind of terrible, terrible person does that? Oh, it makes my blood boil.
You should have just ran. That woman's not something you can hit with a book.
Laugh it up, Ashton. I did. Then the bloody cart came out of nowhere. And you know what? If it weren't for a damn book, I would be dead by now.
Aw, I didn't even see that. To Ashton and Isabella's relief, Rebecca later called back. Soon she showed up at Salemville, looking worse for wear. When the detective asked about it, worried, all the redhead could give was a frustrated answer. Fortunately, before the topic turned grim, Isabella stepped in. Silence descends in the room as the gravity of that one word hits all of us. Dead. Another close call. Another would have. Another one we've narrowly avoided. How long can we keep this up? We're bound to break at one point. No normal human being with a sane mind can last like this. It's a miracle Isabella hasn't cracked yet. After all, she was the one who found that letter. I've expected her to have caved in by now, yet her voice, calm and composed in the face of this, is what cuts through the thick air.
I'll go get a cold compress for that arm. You guys take a seat first. Ashton and I, we have a lot of things to talk about.
That marks the end of it. At least for the time being. And as soon as Isabella returns and hands Rebecca the cold compress she promised, we get straight down to business. Surprisingly easy considering the rigid air in the room. Although there's some tense fumbling for words at first, the whole conversation gains steam once what happened last night at BRC has been put on the table. All at once, everything we've brushed off, carelessly ignored, and rudely dismissed has been laid out for close scrutiny. Zach's encounters with the woman in his dreams, Rebecca's close brushes with death every time she appears. The dread, the fear, the terror she brings out even in the bravest of us. Everything. Because no matter how bleak this all seems, there must still be a way out of this. There has to be, logic be damned. Or at least, that's what Isabella and I would like to believe. Yet, even as the cold morning light shifts to the warm hues of late afternoon, and eventually night, none of this still makes any fucking sense. Darkness has fallen, but we're still nowhere near figuring things out. If anything, we're more at a loss than we've ever been before we even started this. The next thing I know, frustration rears its ugly head, and the sheets of paper I've been holding smacks the table harder than I've intended. The sound of it echoes loudly in the small room, and everyone simply falls silent. Along with it is a release of another long-held breath. Perhaps the 100th since this morning.
We aren't getting anywhere at this rate.
Don't just drop it. There must be something in this we aren't seeing yet.
It's an odd thing to hear from her. The very words I've been telling myself every single time I find myself facing a dead end. We can use a little of the optimism right now, I guess.
I know, but what are we supposed to be looking at here in the first place?
Well, you already looked through those files. You're the one that picked it out last night, right?
All of them? I'm pretty sure every person we've checked in there isn't necessarily involved. One client possibly died of old age. Remember, you found that dumb paper.
Not so dumb if it can kill all of us.
Shut up, Zach.
Very funny, Z-Man.
Get the fucking laugh!
Anyway, like I said, you discovered that paper right before the open house. No one else was allowed inside during that time. It's too broad of a scope if we include every single person. In fact, the only notable ones are C and Jean-Marie.
But if we're going to include them in the count, shouldn't there have been more than enough people to end this fucking curse already? How does this thing even work?
Yeah, okay. They went in and out of this place. But no, you still don't get it. What I'm trying to say about those clients is,
Maybe there's more than one of it. Even my friend, the priest from the cathedral, he's been acting strangely. There might be more than one of that paper going around that we don't know about. More to this. I mean, look at all this stuff Rebecca brought with her. Apparently our teachers have been lying to us all these years. So who knows?
Hey, now don't blame us. Blame the bloody books they wrote.
Quietly, Isabella reaches for one of the papers Rebecca has brought with her and carefully inspects the words printed on the page. A copy of an old newsprint from even before the city has been founded. Her eyes narrow with each line it passes, but lingers on the illustration of the noblewoman's servant.
Why do they have to keep this in the restricted section?
Rebecca merely shrugs at her inquiry, but her own annoyance seeps through her answer.
How should I know? I wasn't even aware we have archives that go as far back as this. This is before the city was even founded. As a matter of fact, if it weren't for Andrew's help, I wouldn't have gotten my hands on any of it. Maybe they didn't think it would be important to talk about it. After all, this is more Anselm's than ours.
That or some old bugger's hiding something.
Why else would these tell a completely different story? Revising what's written seems like a useless endeavor on its own when you have nothing to gain from it. Thanks to those, we're also missing a lot of things here. All we have to go on is the mansion, the letter, and all the stuff selfish people have been keeping from the public. But what else? Somehow, even with all this information in hand, it still feels like there's something we're overlooking. At present, everything seems to point to where this all started. The Ermengarde mansion. Will bringing the letter back there fix everything? Fuck. How do I... The mansion's a private property now. Can't just waltz in there. I'd rather die before I even think of begging Right to let me in and investigate the place. One thing's very clear after these last 2 days, however. We're not safe anywhere, and I have to act fast if I want to keep my own friends alive. We can't keep running away. Sooner or later, she'll get us. Before that happens, I have to put an end to this. Sighing, I stand up and stretch out the kinks in my back after several hours of sitting. We've been at this for too long. A break is needed. Time to let everything just sink in, or else we'll all burn out. I know I will, and it's another thing I can't let happen when they're all counting on me like this. Albeit unspoken, it's in their eyes as they look up at me, waiting.
We've been at this since morning. We should take a break for a few...
Oh. The rest of it never makes it out of my mouth as something heavy and grating sounds from the far end of the room. A harsh booming noise rending through the eardrums of everyone in the room. All at once, the three of them are on their feet, while I quickly palm for my gun on the table. However, before I can pull it up and remove the safety, the whole racket stops. Jesus. That scared me. I heard a noise upstairs and I was like, what the fuck was that? Stillness descends in the room, and amidst the sudden hush, the four of us exchange anxious glances. So much for a break.
Ashton, that might be...
Gather everything.
No questions asked. They waste no time getting to work, piling up the documents we've been reading through. Even Isabella's unusually silent as she gathers everything in her arms. Her own movements sharp and precise, a deep furrow in her brow. There's fear, but something hardened and urgent overshadows it. But the moment doesn't last. Before we can even finish, another noise ups the tension already gripping the place. Suddenly, the lights go out and the wardrobe at the end of the room rattles, as if something inside begs for freedom. Cautiously, eyes glued to it, I take a step forward and I release the lock from my gun. I'm no trigger-happy person. I'm not even sure if this'll work on a ghost. But right now, its smooth surface against my palm, with the trigger on my finger, provides the closest thing I have to relief as I approach the closet.
Ashton, what are you doing?
I don't think that's a good idea. We should just...
Worried as they all are, they immediately stop at the slight raise of my hand. but the edge is there while they all huddle in the space between the door and the room. In case this goes south, whatever I find inside, they have enough time and space to run from their position. In 2 deep breaths, I've crossed the room and stood in front of the closet. Whatever's inside is yet to stop thrashing. Instead, it has now moved to banging at the door, louder and louder the longer I dally. Another shallow breath. A glance at my companions. A nod. Something creaks. Then, in the next moment, I'm grasping at the handles and swinging the doors wide open to reveal nothing. Right away, I part the clothes hanging on it, and still nothing. No ghost. No woman. Not a single trace of whoever's inside. Confused, I glance back towards my companions, only to see them mirroring the same expression on my face. The noise has finally stopped, but I'm quite sure it wasn't my imagination. Or maybe it was, and I'm just too strung up that my head's now making things up. Whatever the case is, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. This only confirms we aren't safe anywhere. Without bothering to close it, I move back, ready to leave, adrenaline now coursing through every vein in my body. In the next second, I'm barking orders and...
We should go. Everyone, we need to... Ah!
I'm sent sprawling on my back as something cold catches my ankle and yanks. The resulting fall knocks the wind out of me. Pain racks my whole spine and the back of my head as it collides against the floor, with force enough to dislodge my own brain from my skull. A moment lasts before stars fade from my vision, and then I sense it. Cold tendrils twisting around my ankles, the smell of vile rot assaulting my nose, nauseating, sickening. A foul smell draining every feeling in my body. The moment her horrid laughter, still as unpleasant and vicious as the last time I've heard it, reaches my ears, my eyes snap open. Perhaps it's just inexperience, or maybe my mind's still attempting to comprehend this. Regardless, the minute my eyes land on her, the whole of my body freezes. The gun on my hand turns useless as my grip on it slackens. It's in the manner her gaze bores on me, I'll say. The look of utter hatred and malice. I've seen it loads of times. From suspects, mostly murderers, who never regretted their actions despite being caught. This is the face of someone you can no longer reason with. And I know, the moment she laughs again and starts dragging me towards her, it's already going to be the...
Ashton! Snap out of it!
No. I can't die here. Not yet. The haze fades from my mind and instinct kicks in then and there.
Everyone out! Get out! Get out of here!
With one powerful tug, I yank my foot out of her grip and scramble back to my feet, ignoring the piercing wail she fills the room with. Within the span of a second, I'm gunning for the door, grabbing the wrist of the first person my hand can reach and leading everyone out. Into the hallway, down the flight of steps, and right inside my car. I waste no time flooring on the gas pedal the second the last person closes the door behind them, and in a short while I'm driving us out of Salem well. I don't even entertain the thought of winding down just yet, even as the last of the woman's painful cries fade into the night. All right. Here we go. And this is not new. Hey, look at that. Wait, where am I at? This, okay. Not necessarily a bad end. The chatter reaches my ears first, halting my movements. Sure enough, when I glance up, I find them. Zach, Rebecca, and Isabella, just as they've entered the park grounds, bags of convenience store food in hand. After last night's flight from Salem, we've elected to stay the night here, unsure if our own homes will be safe. Normally, we'd all be averse to the idea of spending the night outside like this, but panic and distress has tainted that decision. It's not like any of us have gotten an ounce of sleep anyway. On the off chance one of us did, it only lasted but a second, or it's a fitful sleep. But looking at them right now, from afar, it's easy to mistake them for just a group of friends on a day out. Isabella's gesturing wildly with her arms as she talks. Something funny or amusing, probably, because it's soon followed by Zach's booming laughter and Rebecca's giggles. Their voices fill the atmosphere with light air, temporarily easing off the disheartening mood. It's easy to pretend we're not knee-deep in a life-and-death situation the way they're acting now. If anything, it's only their appearance that betrays that mask. Slightly disheveled, bags under their eyes, an exhausted curve in their shoulders, and dragging footsteps. But the closer they get, the more obvious these signs are to the naked eye. Zach tosses an energy drink my way the moment the distance allows it. Isabella hands me the other bag she's holding, before seating herself on the edge of the fountain. The scent of warm food immediately wafts from the bag when I open it, carried further by a passing breeze. Whatever sweet sauce they drizzled over this pork wannabe, it smells heavenly. Hell, even the sorry-looking vegetables seem appetizing. Despite myself, without even checking exactly what this is, hunger swiftly takes over every rational thought. I dig in without waiting for them to start. The rest of them appear to be of the same mind, too. Soon enough, they also start with theirs. No casual talk while we fill our empty stomachs. Exhausted as we all are, food is something we can't forego. Starvation dulls the thinking, weakens the body. If we are to survive this, we're going to have to take care of ourselves first. In a matter of minutes, we're done and dumping the empty cartons in a nearby waste bin. Along with it is the shift in the mood. Back to dismal. Back to the problem at hand. The comfortable atmosphere from minutes ago was nice while it lasted. Admittedly, I've missed these kinds of moments between us. We never had the chance. Always busy on some project or work. The things we've taken for granted, now we're realizing how valuable they are. The world has an awful sense of humor. While the one we've just had is short-lived, it's another thing I want to look forward to, if we ever free ourselves from this damn curse. I'd like to believe there's a way. For now, we have to focus back on the present. This. Dead people. The letter. The curse. It's not simple to bring these up, but necessary.
What now? Where do we go from here?
It's not a question directed at anyone in particular, but they all look to me as if my face has all the answers in the world. I used to think so, back when I was at the top of my game and I was still sure of everything. Now, there's just uncertainty sullying whatever decision I come up with. At some point, logic has simply stopped working here and we've started grasping at straws. Along with exhaustion, fatigue, and stress, we have enough kindling to get a fire burning. Here we go again! The not-so-pleasant kind of fire.
Well, first, we can't just stay here. That much is obvious.
But we can't just keep running like this either, Becca. Sooner or later, she'll...
As if we have a choice. We can't even go back to our own homes because that thing might get us. No, we're safe. But dying is the last thing I want to do right now, Isabella. Not to a stupid chain letter you were too gullible to pick up, bring with you, and show to everyone.
I didn't do it on purpose. Becca, had I known, I wouldn't have...
Hey, you two. None of us want to die to this. Just calm down. We ain't getting anywhere shouting at each other.
Whose side are you on, Zachary?
No one's. But we can't just say it's her fault. She did warn us not to open it, and both you and Ashton...
That doesn't exempt her from any blame. She's still largely responsible for it. And you're not? I didn't say that! Do you really think I don't blame myself for this as well? I tried to warn all of you. None of you listened. Now you're blaming me for something I kept telling you guys since day one? You're just as responsible for this as I am.
So now, you're throwing it back at us. We wouldn't even be having this problem if you're...
Will you two cut it out? This ain't the place for, I don't know, petty squabbles.
If you don't want to get caught in it, then stay out of this, Zachary. Oh no, Zach. Don't stop her. Let her say it. I'm sure she has plenty more to say. If I didn't know any better, she's already... Already what? You want me to say it? Out loud? That I find you in this whole thing?
All right, that's enough! Everyone, shut up!
Jesus Christ! Maybe this was a bad idea! They all falter to silence at my words. An awkward, stifling mood descends between us. I don't mean to shout, to snap at them, to add to that kindling. Not in a moment when any time, anywhere she might get to one of us. We're all in the same boat, yet here we are playing the blame game. Little by little, we're falling apart, caving into the pressure, to the bleak situation we're trapped in. Did that ghost mean for this to happen? To divide each of us so she can pick us off one by one right after? Who knows? Anything's possible now if her kind can exist. With the fire burning between us, rising as high as it does now, I'm afraid, deathly afraid, that the possibility might come sooner than I can figure all of this out. Fuck, I still can't think straight. I can't even believe the next words coming out of my own mouth. That out of everyone, I have to be the one saying these to them. This is more their forte than mine. Keeping the peace, placating everyone, while I unintentionally aggravate people with badly chosen words. Funny how fast the tables have turned after just one unfortunate incident. How am I even supposed to cope?
If we all want to get out of this mess in one piece, we're gonna have to cool our heads first.
Before my own temper flares, I walk away and slide back into my car. If the door slams with more force than needed, I'd like to blame it on the pent-up anger boiling up in me. I'm not even sure what or who I'm angry at. The ghost? At them? Or maybe at myself for being this useless. Because despite none of them saying it, I know, goddammit. They're still counting on me. In spite of my failures, or every harsh word I've uttered, or how unbearable I can be as a friend. It's there when the tension after the argument finally breaks, and one by one they follow me and get in the car. It's unconcerned glances they shoot my way when I start the engine without a word and drive off. It's in their silence, a heavy gift, their unwavering trust. Yet it's one I'm more than willing to carry, even through my own exhaustion, if only to keep them safe. In this city of 69,000 strangers, they're the only ones I have left. So that was an argument. Just keep going, going. Alright, what did I say here? I'd feel better if I didn't have to worry about you. Does this help with the relationship? Yep. Good. Aw. Sweet. Oops. The sun hangs lower when I stumble back into consciousness and drag myself downstairs. Around this time, the patrons usually start to trickle into the main lounge until it reaches a peak around midnight. Excuse me. Today, however, it remains thin. Oh. This isn't new? Okay. But considering what day it isn't too worrisome for the kind of business G runs. He's always complained about the lack of a decent crowd on week start, although he doesn't really begrudge his customers for it. Wait, what was it? No one wants to start the week with a bad case of a hangover, after all. Even him. Which makes the concerned look he gives me come off a bit too odd. With the kind of danger we're in, this swiftly puts me on the edge, even before sleep completely fades from my mind.
Something wrong, G?
G hums, but there's an undertone of annoyance in it despite his casual and open movements. So this is completely new stuff, alright. And only after he finishes wiping a tumbler and carefully settles it face down on the table does he give me an answer. The way he stares back at me honestly makes me squirm. It feels like I'm being stared down by my primary school teacher for sleeping in class again.
Nothing much. Monday's still a slow day for this place. But you might want to check on your friends, kid. Looks like one of them woke up on the wrong side of the bed while you were out.
Which one? Is it Rebecca or Isabella? Another question forms in my head along with a small confused frown. Though before a single syllable slips past my mouth, Rebecca's irate voice rings out from some part of the main lounge. From the sound of it, it appears woke up on the wrong side of the bed is a complete understatement.
Alone? You know we can't just go in there.
Oh.
But we don't have any other choice, Becca! There's really no other way! We have to go there! If you'll just...
Isabella? No.
That doesn't sound too comforting. Once Rebecca assumes that kind of tone in an argument with Isabella, it usually ends with one of them walking out, or both giving the other the silent treatment. It lasts for about a week at most if it's really bad, which really isn't what we need right now. I've hoped the bad blood from this morning would simply blow over, after all of us had gotten a decent rest. I should have expected things wouldn't be the same with them as it is with Zach and I. Turns out sleep isn't just what some of us need. Even G appears to understand it. In spite of his efforts to look as unconcerned as possible, there's a tense set in his shoulders. A nervous edge lingers in his eyes, as it occasionally flickers over where Rebecca and Isabella's voices are coming from. He doesn't want to deal with this, especially at the start of another busy week. Neither do I. Things have worked out well between them before without Zach or I meddling. But the imploring gaze G directs at me leaves me with no other choice. It almost feels like he's guilting me into doing something about it. I hate that it's working.
You know how I run this pub, kid. No fist fights, no cat fights, only good booze, bad puns, and off-key singing. Go fix it before it blows up in your faces. I'd hate to throw two girls out of this place over a petty argument.
It's probably not as petty if Rebecca's already shouting like that, but I give him a nod nevertheless.
Sorry about this, G.
He hums something under his breath for an answer, and waves me off, turning away and returning to his work without another word. Even with the lack of a sizable crowd, he likes to keep busy. We're the same in that regard. Can't remain still, always have to stay moving, doing something, thinking, whatever keeps the brain at work. I leave him to it shortly after. Rebecca's voice rings out once again, followed by Isabella's. But part of me wants to thank him for all the trouble he's taken for people he barely even knows. Once this is over, I should probably find some way. In the meantime, I have this immediate problem to fix. Gotta get to this before it turns into a shitstorm both of them will regret. And I know both of them will. For all of Isabella's complaints about Rebecca's bossy attitude, or how annoying Rebecca sometimes finds the other's childlike demeanor, it's a friendship they both cherish in their own way. Ah, here we go again! Here we go again! Here we go again! Rebecca's already on her feet when I spot them in an almost deserted area of the pub. I'm willing to bet my entire life savings that people are staying away only because of the brewing storm. Rebecca can have quite the move when she's cross. I can't speak for Isabella. I rarely ever see her seething, but from what I've heard, it can be very unpleasant. The way she's glaring up at the redhead from her seat, regardless of how much the other woman towers over her right now, already says everything. Oh hey, empty plates have been left neatly piled on one corner of the table they occupy. A conversation that turns sour sometime after late lunch then. Good thing they're already done and nothing's left to be spilled. Oh shit. Because in the next moment, before I can approach and intervene, Rebecca slams her palm on the table. It sends the silverware clinking sharply against the surface. Isabella flinches momentarily. We both do. Though she shows no indication of surrendering in the face of Rebecca's temper. Everything escalates from there.
You've already gotten us in enough trouble because of this let a ghost everything. You're blaming me again. And you can't expect everyone to fix your mess. You keep on putting the blame on me, but you're the one who didn't listen. All of you. If you just listened in the first place, maybe this wouldn't have happened. But you're too busy acting like you know what's best for everyone, when in fact you're the one who's being selfish. I'm the one who's selfish. Yet you're still going to do what you want anyway, even if the people around you are already beside themselves with worry. This is how you've always acted since we met, and I'm tired of it. Sometimes I wish you never even came here.
Oh, fuck.
Because all you've given us is a headache.
That was cruel.
You know why I had to come here. My dad. Your dad has nothing to do with this.
Dude, he's dead.
It has always been you and your whiny, careless self that has always been the problem.
Maybe I should have stepped in earlier. Maybe I should have said something the moment Rebecca slammed the flat of her hand on the table, or the second I ventured the area. Either way. Uh-oh. We might be looking at a serious fight. Here we go. When Ashton showed up at the pub's main lounge again, he caught Rebecca and Isabella in the middle of an argument. The latter insisted on going back to the mansion, which the former strongly opposed. However, before Ashton could step in, harsh words had already been said. Either way, it's too late to act. Harsh words have already been hurled between the two. Words more cutting than any blade, each and every one of them digging a wound too deep in the person they've been aimed at. For a long time, Isabella sits there in silence, while Rebecca stands unmoving, arms crossed and breathing heavy. Despite the lack of words between them, they're both vibrating with anger, refusing to meet the other's eyes. Ever so slowly, the atmosphere in the room turns thick and smothering. A strained air no one in the immediate vicinity, including me, dares to break, until the one at its center does so. Rebecca definitely won't. At some point in our friendship, she's grown to become a woman firm with her opinions. She's never going to back down from this, not when she knows she has a point. Isabella, on the other hand, there's always been a certain stubbornness in her. As frustrating as it is to see sometimes, it's what's gotten her through life's hardships. Perhaps even the only thing that has. When you have nothing else, people tend to cling on to what they have within themselves instead. But she also knows when to withdraw, when a struggle turns useless, a kind of awareness almost second nature to her. When enough is enough, Isabella abruptly stands and marches towards the exit, in fast, rigid steps, away from the hurt and painful words they've let fly earlier. She bumps into me in her haste, the impact nearly knocking her off her feet. Instinct kicks in at the last moment, and I reach out for her, grabbing her arm in a steadying grip. Surprise flits across her face, an expression mirrored by Rebecca behind her. Neither of them have noticed me. However, that doesn't mean I won't have things to say about this. Oh, fuck me! Take Isabella's side or agree with Rebecca? Fuck, I have too many choices here. Alright, which am I... let's see. Fuck. This is gonna probably ruin my relationship with the other girl. Honestly, I did not... Seriously, I don't like what Rebecca said. Basically, I know they're both stressed and shit, but it's also like, bro, this is not the place. So I think what I might do is I'll pick Isabella, but then, like, I think when we reach the end of this, honestly, we'll go... I think what we'll do is I'll take Isabella's side, right? And then after that, I'm going to... And then after we reach a certain point, we'll then go back, reload the save, and then agree with Rebecca. So...
Okay.
That's fine. Well, that just took me up. Rather than answer, once her shock subsides, she merely averts her gaze and hastily wipes the tears off her cheeks, like she only noticed them in that moment. Then, without another word or even meeting my eyes again, she gently brushes away my hand and runs off, leaving an awkward hush in her wake. Rebecca soon slumps in the chair Isabella has just left, gingerly reaching up to press the bridge of her nose and breathe out a ragged exhale. Arguments like this have always drained both her patience and energy, usually more than her rowdy students do, despite being no stranger to it. It's no excuse for her to say those things, though, and my disapproval must be clear enough on my face. When she finally glances back at me, her exhaustion immediately shifts back to annoyance, her mouth curving down to a tight frown. I cross my arms in response, waiting, a reaction verging on instinctive in the face of her irritation. Regardless of my opinions about this, I don't say anything yet, not until she's the one willing to talk. Another minute passes while we stare each other down, but eventually she breathes out again and relaxes her rigid posture.
What do you want, Ash? If you have something to say, just tell me, or I'm going back upstairs.
Did you really have to say it like that?
Well, how do you want me to answer her? Do you want me to just let her go there and do what she wants? I know you won't be too happy if I did that.
That's a low blow, Rebecca. Even for you. We all know she wasn't even planning on staying here this long. There was no need to bring it up if all you wanted to do was stop her.
Did you even see how she's acting? She's not a child anymore. Even my students can do better.
Becca, she'll listen if you'll just ask her properly. I know you mean well and you do have a point, but please be a little more thoughtful next time.
Especially because her dad just died.
Go think about it for a while.
By some miracle, the whole discussion ends right there. Rebecca elects to stay silent, or at least it's how it seems when a minute or two passes and she says nothing. A rare occurrence when she almost always has something on her mind. Only an uneasy atmosphere hangs in the air when I finally decide to remove myself from the room. She doesn't stop me. Instead, something inexplicable flickers momentarily in her eyes. One that quickly disappears until only a vague notion of it remains in memory. But in that one exchange, I've caught a short, clear glimpse of what has shifted, of what's inevitable. So much has changed throughout the years. We'll never be the same people we once were. And if it's for the better, we've yet to know. A lull has descended in the main lounge once I return. G's nowhere to be seen. People continue to trickle out instead of in, and by the time I get back, only 2 tables remain unoccupied. Soon, these people too will be gone, and the whole place will be devoid of anyone. Frankly, its current state already lends the place an entirely different vibe. Along with the soothing strum of strings and the steady beat of drums playing overhead, there's a calming sense to this. A far cry from times I've been here before. And perhaps it's for this reason why Isabella has chosen this place to retreat. She sits quietly in the furthest corner of the room, in one of the tables set right beside the windows. G usually keeps the curtains closed around this hour, but a small portion of it has been pulled back, revealing the busy streets outside. The late afternoon light spills right through it, outlining her small form and pulling on the surface of the table, where both her arms rest. In her hands, she flips a piece of folded paper, turning it from one side to the other without any purpose. The letter. A small frown creases her forehead while she stares at it. Yet there's something oddly tranquil in the picture she has unknowingly painted. Something I can't bring myself to disturb, if only for a few seconds. It's one of those moments again. The rare ones. The ones where she's too still, too quiet. A complete opposite of her usual self. But it's these that often leave a mark. Not her cheery disposition or her lively attitude, but these short few seconds of wordless silence, when the softest sighs and the slightest movements sing louder. The smallest minuscule things that tell you about the person and her strength more than any words can express. It's these that carve a vivid memory, no matter how brief it lasts. She glares at me, annoyed, and just like that, all of it melts away. Gone is the stillness, replaced quickly by the teasing and friendly jibes. Back again to what we're used to. What's easy, what's familiar. Where every truth we hope to convey regrettably goes unsaid between us.
You're going to destroy an important piece of evidence if you keep doing that, Belle.
But she's far from angry. A bit upset, maybe? Who wouldn't be? While I do agree with Rebecca, her words still hit below the belt. Regardless, Isabella doesn't seem like she'll start shouting at me. At least compared to every other person I've aggravated, intentional or otherwise. Excuse me. Some light talk may just do the trick and coax her out of this mood.
Come on. If you keep staring at the table like that, you're going to bore a hole on it. I really don't want to OG a new table. He'll pick the most expensive one and leave me begging on the streets.
She levels a quick glance at me, her expression dry and impassive enough to drain every color out of the room. It's as if I just told her a terrible joke and she's expecting there will be more of it. Really now? She needs to give me more credit than that. My jokes are funny when I want them to be.
And I really don't care. I'd even take pictures and post them online. Go away, Ash. I don't want to talk right now.
Yet it sounds half-hearted at best. Like what's happening has already sapped every bit of energy in her, and all that's left are the words. Pretty soon, those too will lose their meaning, and leave a hollow shell in their wake. It's already unusual to see her like this. Everything has already gone to shit. I'd like at least this one thing to stay normal. So, somehow we manage. We continue for the better half of the hour, talking, joking, with our short, feeble responses and banter that never goes anywhere. But it's enough. In the grand scheme of things, amidst the chaos and death shadowing over us, it's these little inconsequential moments that matter. It's her smile, her laughter, when it finally rings, easy and free of her burdens.
Okay, I have another one.
I don't want to hear it, Ashton. Go away.
No, really, listen. I know someone who talks like an owl.
Will you leave me alone if I bite and ask who?
A pause. And then, she frowns as realization slowly dawns on her. Confusion flashes fleetingly across her face, before eventually settling on a grimace.
Oh.
Suddenly, she hugs her arms closer to herself and looks away, perhaps in her best attempt to stay angry. To no avail. In a matter of seconds, her shoulders shake with laughter she's trying to contain.
You're awful, and I really hate you. Just leave.
It's contagious. Her mirth. Soon, I'm joining her in it, briefly forgetting every problem that's piled up and continues to weigh down on us. Laughing without reservation or care, until only a familiar warmth lingers, once both our amusement ebbs away. Somehow, even with her, these things have always come easy.
Feeling better?
A little. You're still lame.
But you're laughing right now.
Only because your humor is terrible.
Right. Keep telling yourself that. I know it's funny. And you know what? If you've kept frowning like that, your face might have cracked. That would have been really messy and ugly.
If glares can kill, with the one she sends my way, I'd probably be dead by now. Seeing it directed my way, it takes only a few quick seconds for me to realize how she might have also taken my statement. How wrong and rude it might have sounded in her ears, however unintentional it was. I've never been good with words, but that's never an acceptable excuse, is it? Suddenly, taking the brunt of her anger seems less complicated than correcting or explaining myself. Nevertheless, I try.
What? Crap. Damn it, that was so not what I meant. I was just saying you look better when you're smiling.
Oh, wow. Dude, he is being fucking ballsy this stream. Trying to ask around, then doing all this? Okay, alright. I'll take it. Her glare doesn't even wane. In fact, I think it intensified, like the brewing storm. In the face of it, under the sharpness of her stare and her annoyance, I do what any person with a good sense of self-preservation does. Keep my mouth shut and shift my attention elsewhere. The crowd outside looks very interesting today. Maybe I should...
Thanks, Ash.
She utters all of it in a voice too small, too quiet. But when I turn to her, only those words, her gratitude, resonate throughout the whole room. Not the soft clinking of silverware somewhere, nor the last strains of music fading into silence above us. Instead, it's the meaning behind her gaze, as she holds mine, that lingers. Steady, unflinching, and open, in the same way she looked at me all those years ago, with bright eyes and an expression softening into her tender smile. I didn't understand it then. How easy it was for her to wear her heart on her sleeve, how she never shies away from expressing herself, even among people she barely knows. How she can go through everything without losing herself. Now it's among the hundreds, the thousands that hang unspoken between us. Trivial little things with worth still too big to put into words. Either because it's too early, or because there's never really a proper time. For now, though, this'll do. Until the moment itself dwindles. Until reality pulls us back in, reminding us of the things we've set aside in its favor.
Isabella, about what happened with Rebecca earlier.
I should probably apologize to Becca. I know she only means well. And I said some really bad things.
Honey, she also said some really bad things too. The corners of her mouth quirk up, almost as if she's too ashamed of the things she said.
Don't worry, she can be pretty stubborn, but she'll listen. Especially to you.
You think?
Because Zach won't be with us.
She won't stay angry for long. I can vouch for it.
I don't know why that line played. You're one of the few people she likes. I don't know why that line from the last route played. That was a glitch. She has a point, though. Isabella freezes. In a moment, the pleasant air around us dissipates. She shifts her attention back to her hands again, both clenched so tightly that her knuckles visibly pale.
I know, Ash. I just thought we'd find something in there. That if I go back, we'll get the answers we need. I found the letter there, so maybe, right?
It's not that I don't agree with her. Hell, I've been considering the same thing. It's the only lead we have, after all. But Rebecca also has a point I'll always agree with, no matter how desperate I am. It's not going to be a simple walk in the park. Who knows what we might find in there? If she comes with me, I won't be able to guarantee her safety. She'll be in even greater danger. Hence, alone. Exactly as I've told Zach. If there's a need to go back to that accursed place, I'm doing it on my own. Whether or not the rest of them agree with this plan is inconsequential. Their well-being is my top priority, and I'm not just about to drag them in there with me. So, I tell her as much, despite the determination and desperation in her eyes. Anything to keep her safe. Oh boy. What was my choice for this? Now I gotta fucking find it. Okay. Let me check. Offer a vague answer? What is that? Where am I? It's dangerous. It's dangerous. I can't let you do that. Alright, that's where I stopped. That's good to know. What did I pick? Because I remember... Yeah, because technically this is the same choice.
Forget it, Belle. You're not going back to that mansion.
Alright, I'm gonna load that back up to see if that would do anything.
I can't let you do that, Belle.
Okay, good. Like, I know some people may complain that's like, well, technically, why was that picked? And it's like, here's the thing, right? This is technically the same choice I was given the last time we were like this, but it's much further. And it's like, I'm not dealing with... And it's like, that gave me a bad thing, so I'm gonna go with this one.
Ash, the people living in that place now. They were with me during the open house.
We're not even halfway through this. What the fuck?
They have to know. They're in as much trouble as we are.
I know, but it's risky. It's dangerous. We don't know what you might find in there. Or if you'll even find anything. What if you see her again? What if she goes after you? What are you going to do? For all we know, it might be a dead end. It's not worth it to put yourself in harm's way like that.
She offers no response, not even a form of resistance. No further argument like I've come to expect from her. Uncharacteristic. Just a silence that stretches far too thin, till the air in the whole room grows heavy. In front of her, her hands still stay curled up, like it's holding on to everything she wishes to say but can't. I like to think that, yes, to some extent she understands, even if she doesn't entirely agree with me. The dilemma's clear in her. Otherwise, her scowl wouldn't have a deeper meaning to it. Set to it, her lips wouldn't be pressed into a thin line, or her hand wouldn't no longer be balled up into fists. She would have pushed that argument, if she doesn't, and I know she has no lack of things to say. Instead, she simply offers a nod, an acquiesce. In a moment of boldness, perhaps insolence, I reach out for her, taking her clenched fists in mine and drawing them closer to me. She sucks in a breath, soft and sharp, but doesn't say anything, merely watching as both my hands cradle hers. Cautious, mindful, as if it's the most precious thing I've held. Then again, maybe it is. Along with everything I've yet to convey.
Stop that.
Oh. Surprisingly, although the gesture has startled her, she yields. Allows a touch that is far too familiar, and more than what I'm willing to give most.
You're going to hurt yourself if you keep doing that.
Gently, I unfurl her fingers, flattening out each digit against my palm. Her nails have already created small dents in her skin, from how tightly she's held it closed. A little more and she would have drawn blood. Deep as it is, smoothing a thumb over the tiny marks does nothing. But it's a small gesture we both find comfort in amidst this chaos, and all at once the tension lifts. Her expression softens, the lines of her shoulders ease, and it's only after her lips curve up into a faint smile that I let go. Giving her hand one last squeeze before returning it to her. Part of me wants to tell her, admit that it's exactly what I'm planning tonight. What good will it do, though? I've already told Zach, one person is enough. Hell, simply letting someone in on the plan makes me iffy. Broadening that circle and revealing too much would just cause another pointless concern. But someone has to be aware, at least of where I'm heading off to, in case things don't pan out. Expect the worst, even if I've only intended to do a quick survey of the place. In my own words, risky. It's best that I simply leave it as it is for now. Isabella doesn't need to be burdened with the worry my entire scheme entails. I stand up as soon as footsteps shuffle from the next room, its cadence slow and hesitant. Slowly, Rebecca comes into view, clutching her hands firmly in front of her and sporting the same uncertainty on her face. She casts me a cursory look, then shifts a nervous one to Isabella, who studies her with an almost hopeful gleam in her eyes. Their fights never did last long.
Belle, can we talk? Alone?
Her interruption couldn't have come sooner, and I'm all the more glad for it. Whatever kind of friendship I share with the two, this remains something for only the two of them, much like my own with Zach. I'm the outsider. They don't need me here. It's all the reason I need. Aw, that's so— he's got a blush if you can see it! After scolding Rebecca for her harsh tone, a concerned Ashton followed after Isabella. He found her alone in a corner of the lounge, upset. Despite agreeing with her, he gently explained why going back wouldn't be a good idea. Thankfully, she eventually acquiesced. Oh, that's such a sweet thing. I love that picture. There's something about, like, just the tenderness of, like, hand-holding, if in a way. Like, and it doesn't even have to be in the romantic way, just, like, that intimacy. It feels nice. Muttering an excuse and flashing Isabella a quick, knowing smile, I beat a hasty exit out of the main lounge and leave them to mend things on their own. Before Isabella can say what she's been mulling over. Before the last imploring glance she directs my way forces me to change my mind. It's another lasting image that firmly etches itself in my memory. One that spurs the conscience, among other things. I just hope I won't regret what I've chosen for myself tonight. Alright. Oh. We're not done. I thought we were. I can't tell if this is a new story beat or not. Oh. This isn't. The letter crinkles in my pocket with each step I take, though I pay it no mind as I hurry towards my car. I've nicked it minutes ago from Isabella's belongings, on my way out. If this is all connected, I need this damn piece of paper with me. However ridiculous it sounds, I'm quite sure it won't be missed either. But I can't waste time here and wait for her to find out, can I? 4 hours is all I'm giving myself to get this done. 3 if I'm inclined to go by the rules Z-Man set, but when have I ever? Whoops, did not mean to do that. Regardless of how generous that is, each second's just as important as the next. So I hurry, one footstep over the other, echoing, as I make a beeline for my car. But as with every plan, problems crop up at the last second. It's practically a universal rule. And it does. In the form of a lone figure waiting for me next to my car. So who is this? Because first run was Isabella, second run was Rebecca. Oh, it's Rebecca. Oh, is she gonna confess her feelings for me? Just gonna skip past this. I guess she is. But this is new. Alright, so this is after her love confession. Alright. Because as much as this pains me to admit, I can't give her the same affection she's asking from me. We might have spent so many years alongside each other. Hell, we practically grew up together. But that never automatically meant I'd ever hold her feelings that go beyond the boundaries of friendship. I do appreciate her presence in my life. I'm more than glad that she's stuck with me even through the toughest moments, even when she's found me difficult or aggravating. However, it's all there really is to it. She's a close, important friend to me, but nothing more.
Rebecca, I'm...
I draw in a breath, ragged, unsure, uncertain how and which words to put together, so it'll hurt her less, so the wounds they might leave won't be as deep or scar. In the end, I can only utter an apology.
I'm really sorry, Becca.
Stark refusal. Oof. So this is different because he outright tells her, I don't feel the same way for you. Whereas in the last run through, she basically didn't let him give an answer.
I'm glad, I'm happy you feel that way, but I can't. I can't. There's already someone that I'm in love with. Someone else.
It takes all of my willpower to force myself to even look at her. For sure there will be hurt. Maybe she'll even be angry, and I don't hold it against her. But when our eyes meet again, a smile's on her face. Kinder than every single one I've seen from her so far. It's nice to see it on her. It suits her more than the glares or the frowns. At the same time, it only serves to baffle me.
It's alright. I already knew. Kind of.
Yeah, but I should...
Don't beat yourself up over this. It's not your fault. I'm the one who should apologize. Since I suddenly sprung this up on you when you have other things to do.
I really hope that doesn't affect my fucking friendship.
I just thought I should let you know. And now that you've given me an answer, I guess I can finally let this whole thing go, huh? One question, though. Are you going to tell her?
Tell what to who?
I pause, frowning. A brief moan of doubt while I try to figure out what she's talking about all of a sudden. When it finally sinks in, though, my bewilderment hastily gives way to utter embarrassment.
Oh, shit.
That line delivery is still good. I love that line there. The blah, blah, blah. Heat abruptly crawls up my face, no matter my efforts to keep it down. In the end, I can only look away from her, afraid of what else she'll see in it.
Did you really think no one would notice?
Was it that obvious?
It was surprisingly easy to tell, but that was probably because I've known you longer than anyone.
Fuck, who else knows?
I think Zach suspects.
Shit.
You're embarrassingly lame when you're trying too hard. It's almost painful to watch. Don't worry. With your terrible way of flirting, and knowing her, I'm quite sure Belle has no idea, even now. Not even a clue.
Harsh, Rebecca. Really harsh. I could use a vote of confidence, you know.
She laughs, loud. The kind that's free of any burden, ringing above the wind slowly picking up as the storm clouds approach. With it, however, the awkward atmosphere lifts at last. There's only that camaraderie we've shared since meeting in that classroom 17 years ago.
I'm serious, though. Tell her. And if you ever make her cry, I'll hit you with every damn history book I have on my shelf. Clear?
Noted, ma'am.
Anyway, thanks for hearing me out. I won't keep you long. I know you have things to do. Just promise me you'll be careful, all right?
She doesn't wait for an answer. Instead, she gives me a push, with a force only heavy enough to throw me off balance. Caught unawares by the gesture, for a few moments, I fight for purchase against my car's trunk, bracing my hand on its smooth surface. Give me a moment. I need to answer a quick message real quick. This is important, actually. I can't just put it off for later, because I'm gonna be busy for the rest of the night after this, probably. So, sorry about this. Come on. Oh man, TweetDeck's having a hard time. I don't know why the fuck I did it like this. I guess it was because it was easier to me. Let me check this real quick. Let's see. Sorry about that. I'll probably need to keep this up, so... But yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's an important message I can't just leave unattended for the rest of the night. Let's see. Alright, we already had that. When I look up, with a string of reprimands ready at the tip of my tongue, Rebecca's already halfway through the parking lot. There's a small skip in her step, while the breeze carries the light tune she's whistling. On a whim, I let its notes be the last thing I commit to memory before slipping inside my car and driving off. It sounds like a new beginning, more than anything. Another reason to be optimistic. Alright. Alright, gotta skip. Here we go again! Here we go again! Alright, so... Alright, so this is new. Marianne's not gonna be here. Because she's dead. Jesus. Turns out it is for the most part. The path rarely deviates. No sharp turns or branching roots. Just a long, empty hallway stretching out before me, filled with nothing but dust, dirt, and a few rusted chains scattered about. The only... Alright. Okay. The only problem is having an overactive imagination, and walking amidst a place shadowed by death. Every sound, every sudden movement, even the faintest of it spurs it. At times, there's scampering, small noises that abruptly rise above my footfalls, rebounding off the hollow walls and echoing inaudibly across the whole span of the tunnel before fading away just as swiftly as it rang.
It's probably just some animal.
A rat, maybe? I hope. I pause nevertheless, straining my ears for more of it, while I gradually move my hand to my side, slow and steady until the tips of my fingers brush off the gun's handle. Although cold against my skin, it's the closest thing I have to comfort at the moment. For a long minute I wait, holding my breath, watching every form, edge, and shadow at the corners of my vision for any movement. After a heartbeat and nothing, I allow the tension to ease out of me, in the form of a long, slow exhale that reverberates around the whole place. Things continue like this as I traverse the whole passage, pausing, listening, moving on, repeat, eventually losing track of time while I go deeper into the tunnel. Until finally, the corridor ends with the sight of light slanting from a door left ajar. On the other side, from whatever little glimpse the opening offers, I spy bottles lining the walls and liquor barrels for aging. The wine cellar.
Right into the kitchen then.
Uh-oh, this could be where we find Marianne's body. What is it gonna look like after Tako's been done with it? More than eager to get out of this place, I quicken my pace. But as soon as the door's within arm's reach and I push it open, a foul, putrid scent assaults my senses. A heady mixture of odors, akin to a rotting fruit and decaying meat, that catches me completely off guard. Surprised, I stumble back, gagging, having accidentally breathed a lungful of it, only for my foot to end up disturbing the edge of a nearby puddle I failed to notice earlier. It sends splashes of liquid right across the hem of my pants, and I fight the urge to grimace, as a raw, metallic smell rises up in the air. A smell I'm already more than familiar with, thank you very much. That doesn't mean I have to like it. Sighing, I take a brief moment to brace myself, before crossing the threshold, already expecting the worst. Okay. Oh boy. Oops, I didn't mean to skip that. Sorry. The trail of dark liquid leads me to it. Its form is slumped against a wine vat not too far from the door. The rank lingers heavier here, stronger. Putrefaction has just started, but in a place like this, you can't really tell the time of death from that alone. Yeah, so this is Marianne's body we're coming across. The humidity and temperature in this room has likely delayed the process. An estimate? This person has died sometime around 3 to 5 days ago, which places the timeline around the time people are just moving in, and also the housewarming party. A servant, then? No. Someone with the same social status as the Wrights. Whoever it is has also read the letter, based on the writings around the body. Someone who was also present during the open house and the party. So a guest. Wordlessly, I draw closer, muttering a quiet prayer under my breath for the departed. The least I can do now is figure out who it is, and try to find their family once I'm done here. Let them know what has become of their kin. Even through the layers of clothing, its shoulder feels cold to the touch. Somehow, despite not being new to this, it still sends a nauseating chill to my stomach. Maybe it's because this time I know exactly why this person died. Another innocent casualty of this curse. Ignoring the dread gently, I give the blazer a pull. Oh, Jesus Christ. Requiescat in pace. That is really fucking gory. Unexpectedly, her head lolls back, twisted, contorted, severed. It dangles. Fuck, it dangles. From one side to the other before settling at an odd angle. The next thing I know, I'm staring at the hollow base of her neck, with only a thin layer of skin keeping her severed head to her body. But more than the gruesome sight, or the sickening feeling that has lurched up to my throat, is recognition. I know this woman. And it's not just any woman I've seen randomly on the streets. She's the same one I met at G's 5 days ago, smashed drunk and babbling her frustrations about her employers. Marianne McCullough, famous interior designer extraordinaire. Not so extraordinary now, with her throat sliced viciously in half and her whole body drenched in her own blood. Damn. After his fall, Ashton found himself in an underground passage when he came to. Despite the questions in his mind, pushed on. Oh, wait a minute. The passage eventually led them right into the mansion's wine cellar, but inside is Marianne. Once the surprise subsides, I muster the courage to properly lie her down, closing her eyes and covering her face with my handkerchief. It's perhaps the kindest gesture I can offer her right now, pressed for time as I am. But for someone to suffer this kind of death... In the end, the only thing I'm able to do is avert my gaze and continue with my plans. Surreal. This was all nothing but a surreal nightmare. But after everything, should this even surprise me? Ghosts, curses, hidden passages. I can't even bring myself to vocally question anything anymore, in spite of a number of them already swimming inside my head. As a kid, I used to crave for this kind of adventure. The stuff of mystery and detective novels, daring chases, interesting cases to solve, suspects to put behind bars, justice to serve. I was blinded, I admit. Now, I simply want this to be over.
You really believe it'll be that easy, don't you?
I pause mid-step, confused. Warily, I look around, searching wildly for the source. A long minute passes. No one speaks again. Breathing out a sigh of relief, I simply continue. This time, treading lightly, careful not to make a sound. Up ahead, I can already glimpse a set of stairs that must lead to the kitchen. Getting unnoticed in the wine cellar is not a problem, but if someone's upstairs when I pop up... Well, to say it'd be complicated might be a little of an understatement, especially if that butler's in there. If I get caught, no one else will be able to fix this.
See? So full of yourself, aren't you?
This time I'm sure. There's really a voice. Well, voices. Despite standing only a few paces away from the exit, I find myself stopping and looking for it. Searching the immediate surrounding for the familiar form of the woman, I don't even have to venture too far from where I'm standing. Just an arm's length away from me, a mirror stands. And from it, they speak. Ah, so because the mirror did not get broken this time, we have the full body. All singing the same mocking tune against my ears, letting it echo throughout the small undercroft, murmurs and laughter, jeering, scoffing, deriding, lacing venom into every crevice in my head, taunting me.
Look at you, mouthing off like some hero. You can't even fix your own silly little problems. You haven't really changed, have you?
Useless.
Pathetic.
You're wrong.
My mistakes lie in this first instance I've answered. The very second denial has slipped from my mouth, their words have also seeped into my heart, allowing it to prod at and rouse my temper. Despite knowing they're merely doing this to goad me, each word, each syllable trickle into me, spurring the guilt I hope I've long buried.
Are we? Or is that simply what you've been telling yourself all this time? Something to make yourself feel better, perhaps?
You're the one who took that letter off Isabella's hand that day. You're the one who opened it.
How does it feel, I wonder? To know you're responsible for all of this?
What do you think I'm doing? Why do you think I'm still trying to fix this?
Oh, but you can't. It's already too late. And you know that. You know all of this is futile.
Thankfully, because none of the friends died this time, the ghost can't taunt me with their deaths.
Just face it, Ashton Frey. You're a failure, and they are the ones who have to pay for it.
A badge and a gun, and you still can't protect your own friends. Can't even solve a case for an old man.
Can't even bring Luke right to justice.
Can't even keep his own family together. No wonder they left you. Before you do the same thing to them.
Mom and Dad are better off without little old you, aren't they? It's a good thing they had the sense.
Pitiful, isn't it? Some detective you are. Some friend you are. Some son you are. You might as well just throw that rank away. You're no use to people either way.
See, this is what I mean when I say, like, I honestly can't feel like this is Takako. Like, I feel like this has to be Charlotte fucking with them.
Shut it!
I hate this. I hate how this monster can easily get through to me. Every weakness, every insecurity it knows. To hear it said in my friend's voice, even more so. But what I hate above all of it is...
You know it's true, though.
All of it. You don't want to hear a single word, because you're already aware of it. You can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
But no matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to save anyone.
Shut it! Not a single word anymore.
In the end, your own incompetence will eventually lead to the deaths of everyone you care about.
It laughs, sharp and piercing. At its sound, something in me snaps, a rage hastily unfurling, red filling my vision. And the next thing I know, I'm raising my hand and my fist connects to its surface. A broken spirit. So instead of Marianne breaking it this time, it's Ash. It shatters, rending the air with an ear-splitting crack, sending fragments of it onto the floor. The fog from my mind lifts. Every sound, every noise returns to me, flooding my every sense. All at once, there's this deafening silence. Slowly, I become aware of my surroundings. Bottles of wine, barrels of liquor, the faint, old scent of death and decay somewhere, and the small cuts on the backs of my fingers. Blood drips from each digit, trailing down my wrist until it disappears behind my sleeve or falls to the floor. Not too deep, negligible even. There's a pain, however, a different kind, an ache somewhere else that stems not from the wound, but where every single word is hit. On the ground, shards lie lifeless now. No more voices, no more insults. But even as I walk away, one whispered taunt continues to ring in my ears.
It's useless, Ashton Frey. You are going to die.
And you are going to die alone.
A fear. Oh, that's creepy. I like that. Before he could go deeper into the wine cellar, Ashton began to hear voices coming from a mirror, mocking him for his failures. It hit a sore spot in him, and in losing his temper, he smashed the mirror with his own fist. One that has been long kept in the darkest place in my heart. One that a small part of me wishes for. The trapdoor swings open without much fuss. It isn't even locked. Probably left open for when Wright asks for some midnight snack. I make sure the coast is clear, of course, before I pull myself up. The butler there's is nowhere to be seen. He's probably sleeping, attending to his master, or doing some extra late-night work before turning in for the night. Meanwhile, Wright won't touch anything to do with menial chores, not even with a 10-foot pole. It's next to impossible for him to linger here. No servants. No anyone. And just as easy as that, I'm in. Gently, I close the hatch. If things go well, the same path will be my way out. If my luck doesn't hold, that's not an option now, is it? I have people waiting for me. I really don't want to think what might happen. Sometimes it's best if I simply revel in the little victories. They're great blessings when everything else is going against you. And in a place like this, fraught with unknown dangers, it's a feeling that lasts only but a second. Suddenly, a sob. Ringing out from some distant part of the house, echoing through its empty halls. My shoulders immediately tense, hairs raising at the back of my neck as a sudden chill passes. This, despite myself and the beliefs I've long held. Because as much as I want to convince myself that nothing's wrong, my experience tells a wholly different story.
What are the chances I'll be able to leave this place alive?
Don't say that, Ash. I'm trying to keep you alive. I want to be optimistic about it. Really. However, I'm going against something almost everyone can't understand. I'm just being realistic with my chances. Beyond the walls of this room, the cries continue to grow louder. With a ragged draw of breath, heavy with apprehension, I slip out of the door. Like a siren call, her voice beckons. Finding out who that is seems a good place to start as any. Alright, we should be okay. So just skip. Hi, Charlotte. With your hands bloody. Okay, so this is new. The taser clipped to my belt is the next thing to go the moment I'm down. The sound of it sliding roughly against the wooden floor somewhere grates against my ears, along with my labored breathing. The next thing I know, a piece of cloth is closing around my neck. Without warning, my attacker pulls tight. I'm left gasping, choking and clawing for air, blindly reaching behind me, as I still try to fight him off and loosen the pressure on my neck. Alright, so this is not new. And there's Isabella with the taser! She must have picked it up from where this bastard kicked it off earlier. Where else could she have gotten one? I doubt she's ever used one, even. Hell, the way she holds it right now, this guy can easily disarm her in one hit. Skip. Rebecca? Wait, what? Oh, who else came with her? Zach? Rebecca? Are they all here? Guess so! Panic surges within me. She knows how bad the situation is, but did she really have to run in here and expose herself like that? Whoops! I meant to skip. Oh, this is the love epiphany. This... Oh, this was the moment that made me laugh so fucking hard last year. This was the moment that made me laugh so fucking hard last year because I was just dying on the inside. Tiny gestures that mean nothing at first, but began to matter to me one day until... Oh. Despite myself, a small smile slips from my lips as the same warmth from earlier unfurls in my chest. Unhurried, familiar, and bright from all these years I've carried it, but have never given the words for it.
Stop smiling like that, Ashton! I'm not done scolding you!
But this time they come easy.
I heard all of it. Don't worry.
Are you really okay? That guy hit you a little too hard on the head. Here, let me...
I reach up just as she extends a hand towards my face, catching her wrist in a light grip, drawing it closer, and folding her hand in between mine. Although her expression does shift into mild confusion, she doesn't pull away like I'm expecting. She simply stares at me, searching. For her to allow a gesture from me that's perhaps too close, it tells a lot how far things have already shifted in the past few years. Cradled in mine, her hand still trembles. Most of the tremors have already subsided by now, though I doubt it'll fade away this soon. Even as I trace the lines of her palm, in what I hope is a comforting gesture.
I'm sorry. No.
For what? Is this about what happened tonight? You can apologize later, when...
No, well, this too, but it's not just about this.
I'm having them... I keep looking at this because I'm like...
It's for a lot of things. For calling you clumsy.
How are we... Okay.
And careless. And a scatterbrain.
Are you sure this isn't a concussion?
You would think that, wouldn't you?
Well, you don't usually apologize.
See, this is what I mean. It's like, this is stuff I've heard, but what the... Okay.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that too. For all the times I've teased you and made you cry.
Oh. Unexpectedly, her fingers tighten around mine, our hands falling between us as something tender shifts in the air. Oh, that's interesting. Another exhale. Another drawn breath eases out of me, filled with every hesitation and uncertainty. But when I finally choose to break the silence, it's only when I know that what will slip past my mouth is the one truth I'll hold against the world.
But for all those callous words, despite all those, there's nothing that I don't love about you. In fact, those things, I love those. And everything. Everything that's you.
For a long moment, she offers no response. Her grip on my hands merely tighten. Although my heart's pounding hard against my ears, I take a chance and look up. Slightly leaning away and giving her a cautious glance, more than ready to hear her rejection. Instead, I find her on the brink of tears, with an almost unreadable expression on her face. That's different! When she notices my eyes on her, she hastily reaches up and wipes it with the back of her hands. It doesn't keep them from falling, and soon they trail down her cheeks, despite her best attempts. Okay, this is different. This is different because, yeah, she kind of was like, bro, my dad just died. I need to go back to my family. To say this is panic shooting right up at the base of my throat is a complete understatement. Probably because he's thinking like, oh fuck, this was not what I wanted. This isn't how I expected this to go.
Hey, Belle, did I say something wrong?
Why would you? I don't even have anything.
Oh.
What?
I don't have anything. I'm not rich. I live off instant noodles almost every day.
Oh my god, we're really going with this?
I can't do anything properly without someone helping me. Except maybe if it's drawing, but that's beside the point. I didn't even get to graduate, even if I was so close. I'm not even sure that scholarship will get me anywhere. And...
What? So, instead of a rejection of like, I don't know about this, because I don't know if like, you know, like, I don't know if I can do this right now. Instead, she's like going super insecure and going like, why would you love me, I guess?
Ever since I came here, in the 5 years you've known me, I've got us into all kinds of trouble. So why would you even say that? I'm not...
I swear to God, like, I'm not gonna lie, if this game does, but I'm hoping it doesn't do, actually, like, or at the very least, like, I'm not gonna say it, just in case. For fuck's sake, it is gonna do that. Okay, alright. Maybe it's the moment itself that spurs me to it. The desperation. The fear of almost dying. That I've already said more than what I'll usually allow myself, and I might as well finish before I lose my nerve. No matter the reason, I reach out for her. Gently, so unlike the way she barged into our lives so many years ago. The way she came in would leave a terrible impression on anyone, really, and yet, it's people like her that you don't easily forget. It's them that gradually worm their way into a person's life, until the very thought of losing them becomes unbearable. Isabella trails off once my palms brush against her tear-stained cheeks, but she neither pulls away nor pushes my hands off. So they are doing this. Okay. I mean, damn it. Listen, I'll take it if it's consensual. It better be consensual. Please do it consensually, guys! Rather, she looks at me wide-eyed, with another searching look. I only have one answer for that. This is probably going to be a CG.
It doesn't matter.
Oh.
All of that is still you, and that's enough for me.
No promises. only truths. Perhaps the only genuine thing I can offer her at the moment. We don't even know what'll happen, or if we'll ever survive this. So instead of words, I lean in, our foreheads briefly touching. Before brushing my lips tenderly against hers. Aww, fuck, that's actually really sweet. The kiss is nothing intimate by any means. There's a brief second once our lips touch when she tenses. I can't read tonight. There's a brief second once our lips touch when she tenses, unsure. A long moment of not knowing okay, I can't read today. A long moment of not knowing what to do with her hands before she settles them on me. Slipping it up my arm in a light grip. Afraid. Too afraid to make a mistake or pain or hurt. But for now, it's enough. It's the closest we can come to it. Rather than give out empty promises or grand proclamations, we have this. Instead of words, something she soon understands as her shoulders ease and she permits me to draw her closer, deepening the kiss. Softly and gently, a short second of simply allowing the world to melt away around us, and this to roar above anything else. Like every little thing between us that has built up to this one single point in time. A moment that becomes ours, and ours alone. Something to hold close until all of this is over. That was actually really sweet. Fuck. That was actually really sweet. Aw, that's a good image. Understanding how much she also meant to him, Ashton took both of her hands in his and apologized. And in a rare moment of honesty, confessed what he truly felt for her. The one truth he would always hold against the world. God, that's fucking sweet. Fuck. Alright, okay, I need to not fuck this up. I need to not fuck this up, guys. If I can just get Ashton out, if I could just get him alive past his chapter, we'll be golden. We part later to the sounds of the world rushing back around us. Thunder, rain, and lightning, all to remind us both of a reality we have to face. Enough to dampen the mood and force back the worry I've temporarily forgotten. Yet when I glance back at Isabella, all she has for me is a small smile, bright and hopeful. And it's strength enough. One that I try to draw from when I rest my forehead against hers one last time, before leading us both out, her hand in mine. That's actually a really good, that's a really good line. That's not a good line, but thing to imagine. Comfort. Fuck, that was good! Alright. Marianne's not here, so it's just us. In one corner, Zach and Rebecca watch almost as Wait, what? In one corner, Zach and Rebecca seem almost as surprised to see us. Relieved as I am that they've had the sense to wait and not venture deeper into the mansion, I can't help but roll my eyes at both of them.
Zach, I said 4 hours.
I know, but Isabella asked and... Come on, bro, you know I ain't a very good liar.
Listen, man, we just kissed, it's fine.
And it didn't even occur to you to stop her?
We all tried, all right? She was out the door before we could say anything.
And how did you guys even get in here?
All three of them exchange a look. One that I absolutely don't like. In the end, it's Isabella who speaks up, albeit with a bit of hesitation.
We heard someone scream, Ash. It led us here.
Without warning, the door behind us slams shut.
We need to get out of here.
Screw right. I need to get these people out of here. Luckily, we're in the kitchen and we have 2 ways out. The back door and the cellar offers. Except the hatch won't budge when I pull at it, and neither does the back door. As if something has locked it firmly on the other side. Zach also gives it a few tries, but even with the big guy's strength, it won't open. There's a long bout of silence in which we all simply look at each other, likely sharing the same thoughts. We're trapped. Something or someone has intentionally led us here. Alright. Wait. Alright, we've seen this.
All of them will eventually die because of you. And you are going to die alone.
Zach helps Isabella and Rebecca first, assisting them up and through the gap. The moment the ladies are in, I nod for him to go through.
Go ahead. I'll watch your back.
Surprisingly, he does that without any protests. Not that there's any need to. Sometime after entering this room, the whole place has calmed down. Alright, and that's... oh. No wails, no whispers. Just a silence too deafening. But I'm not letting my guard down until everyone's on the other side of this nightmare safe. For all I know, this may just be a calm before another storm. Without further incident, however, Zach makes it to the other side and I'm following after him. However odd this hush is, I turn my back from it and climb up. It's a tight fit, but I manage to squeeze myself inside. In. The unease remains, though. Maybe it's the adrenaline still coursing through me, or how easy everything has been after living through that nightmare, fleeting as it is. Wait a minute. Alright, so this is gonna be new. The handgun catches my eyes first, next to that smarmy smile on his face while he holds Zach, Rebecca, and Isabella at gunpoint. It's sight enough to lodge a painful thorn up my throat. I've been too complacent. Too focused on other things that I've completely set aside the fact the scumbag will not be too pleased to see us here without knowing our reasons. But even with those good intentions, curses and ghostly apparitions aside, we're still trespassing in his home. The question is, if he's even aware that the whole of his household has somehow disappeared and he might be the only one here. Likely not. Fuck. Whoops. Even with people he knows among the crowd, there's a significant effort in him not to simply shoot everyone on sight.
And really, Daisy, even you, what would Kylie say?
Luke, this isn't what you're thinking. You have to listen to us. There's something going on here.
Well, obviously, why else would people be trespassing in my home? What about little Lily over there, then? What's your excuse? Checking back if your clients are doing okay? Is that it? Is this what this is? Oh, we're doing good, by the way.
Sir, please.
Oh, please what?
Becca's right, sir. We need to get out of this place. You need to leave.
Tut-tut, not a good enough excuse, darling. You people are the ones who need to get out of my sight. Don't worry, I might consider pressing lighter charges for the woman. Can't say the same for the rest of you. But really now, I swear the people of this city need to be taught the meaning of privacy. This is how you want to start the week. Why don't we just go with a bloody massacre if we want to surprise people in their homes, huh?
Why does this sound like he's less angry? Why does this sound like he's not that angry? Casually, he waves the handgun at them as if it's just a mere toy and his words are no threat. The safety's off on his. Nothing's stopping him from pushing through with his words. Call me paranoid, but at the slight gesture, I draw my own and level it at him. Finger on the trigger and ready to release the safety catch in case things go south. Alright. Alright, I know exactly what I need to do. I am not risking it this time, man. There's Zach. There's Rebecca. There's Isabella. We're all unknowing victims to this fucking curse. I'm in no position to pick who to save and who I should simply let die.
Ashton!
Whoa.
Luke, no!
Hey, now you two, I'm sure we can all talk about this first.
We're almost done, guys! I promise! At this distance, a slight flicker of that finger on the trigger will be able to do more than kill me. Alright, that's...
This is the second time this week, and I'm really getting weary of this little game. Did the NCA send you to apprehend me, or has somebody paid you off to kill me?
Oh, and that's it. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Alright, Hannah's still alive. That's good. Alright. Oh. Alright, I think we're gonna end it here for now, because it's been almost 6 hours, and there's no way we're gonna get Luke's shit done before the end, so... Let's see... 72! Nice! 75% of Rebecca's, things done. That's good to know. Actually, this may have been the same, regardless. Chapter 6, though, 68. Nice. What about our extras? 58% of achievements. Nice. Let's see. Alright, I already saw that. Here we go. Ensure that all your friends are safe and accounted for. Safe and sound. Stark refusal, though there's always been someone else. And then, instead of words, finally utter a truth you will always hold against the world. Aww. Alright, nothing new yet, which is fine. Oh yeah, this too! A broken spirit. Reject the voices whispering inside your head. Nice. Oh, that's an Assassin's Creed thing. Offer a prayer for the deceased. Alright. 58%. Alright, so let's get... I was gonna say let's get it started. That's like, no, that's not right. Alright, I need to get everything up. I know it's a little early. Well, I say a little early. It's like, to be honest, like, this is pretty normal, I feel like. Gotta wait for shit to load. Here we go. Well, at the very least, everyone's still alive, which is good. But still, that's good. Everyone's still alive. We love that. But so basically when I was a little like, you know, when I was going like, oh my god, please don't do this, was like I knew basically with the way that they were building up to it, I knew that Ash was gonna kiss Isabella, right? But the reason I was not exactly looking forward to it was a lot of it was just because like it just reminded me of like how media will try and like, you know, when a woman is like, you know, being emotional or whatnot, like the man will like try to kiss her and all that to quell it, and it's just like I really didn't want that to happen because I was like, bruh, come on, don't do this. Like she is genuinely like emotional and crap. I don't need this. Hello? Fuck off, Steam! But at the very least, like, you know, it does seem like she was consenting to it. I mean, she did kiss back. But still, it is kind of interesting how different that outcome was. Because it's like, again, last year when we were like, when Ash was confessing his love to her, like, she was she understandably, like, you know, rejected him because, you know, of the circumstances they were in and the fact that her father had just died, meaning that Isabella would need to go back to the Philippines in order to take care of her family. And again, that was perfectly fair. That was straight up like, yeah, that's fine. You know, but with this one, it's like she seemed a lot more insecure. You know, I mean, she even listed like all these things that like, you know, like, why would you love me? I mean, I fucking do this shit all the time. You know, and, you know, but I did like that Ashton still told her, like, listen, man, I still love you. Like, even if you know, like, you're all those things, and I love them about you because they're you. And I thought that was really rather sweet. And the fact that like, you know, during the kiss, Isabella was like, what do I do? Which kind of, I feel like kind of clues me into the fact that she's probably never kissed anyone before, which wouldn't surprise me. And I thought that was cute. And all that. Just realize, you know, like, not really knowing what to do, but still kissing back, because it, you know, just kind of like letting your heart take you where it leads you, I guess. But still, it's like, we got everyone alive! Yay! No one's dead. We met. I am kind of curious, though, like, what's gonna happen in the next route? Like, where we actively attempt to kill everyone off. Like, what's gonna happen? Like, I will do it. I will kill everyone off in the 4th run through. I mean, at the very least, we got to see Marianne die, so... Even if it was a gory death and we saw the fucking aftermath, which, by the way, I didn't censor that one because I'm like, well, she's already dead. You're not actually seeing someone die. It is still really fucking gory. But again, I warned for that shit in the beginning of these streams, so... Maybe I could try to kill Luke off next time. Maybe I could try and get him off next time. But still, at the very least, Hannah's not possessed, thankfully, so... I just hope that, like, I didn't fuck up, you know, Ash and Rebecca's relationship and all that, because if so, I will go back and reload it and all that. I'll still try my best to get as high up with Isabella as possible, but, you know, but with Ash and Rebecca, it's like, I don't want them to drift apart again, god damn it! Anyway. So it's been almost 6 hours, and it's almost 2 in the morning. So what's gonna be the next stream about? Well, obviously it's gonna be Sunday night, where we're probably gonna be finishing up our 3rd run-through, and then possibly start up our 4th run-through, the one where we actively kill everyone off, which is gonna suck. And yeah, and I think after that, if we somehow manage to do the 4th run through pretty quickly, we might be able to you know, we might be able to just start our final. We might be able to do a 5th run through where that might be the final. That might be the final thing, because I really want to end this game. I don't want to leave it off like on like a cliffhanger towards the end, because I think if I remember right, October 30th is the last Sunday. So on the 23rd, we're gonna be finishing up the 3rd run through, possibly beginning the 4th one, and then depending on how things go in that, we either finish it up on the 28th, or we start up our final run through of the letter, get the true ending, and see what really is the whole thing of the letter. What's the deal with Takako? What's the deal with Charlotte? What happened in the Ermengarde mansion in the times back when? So, thank you all for joining me. I hope you all had a great time. I know I did, especially with all the skipping. And I'll see you all again on Sunday night at, of course, the usual time of 8 p.m. Central Standard Time for more of The Letter, Part 13, too! So that's gonna be great. I guess the only thing I have left to say is, have a good night, have a nice couple of days, stay safe, we're still in the middle of a pandemic, and especially as it's starting to get colder out and the flu is starting to make a comeback, we need to be more cautious than ever. And I'll see you all